Oh, hello. Hello. The Canny the stream is starting soon, believe it or not. Hello, everybody. Hey, what is up, my guys, gals, non-binary pals, and everybody in between? It's your girl, Alice Grimm, as it says so on the dang screen. I'm here. God, why do I sound so winded from walking up the stairs? You may never know. I'm Mizu. Yeah, I'm sorry everybody for ditching for a week. My mental health took a bit of a dive, and I was a little AWOL for a bit, but we're doing a bit better. I had a lovely energy drink today, so we'll see if that helps. Probably not, because I'm just gonna have to go to the bathroom a lot. And I also got my mic stand on like Tuesday. So hopefully you can tell the audio quality is hopefully a bit better. And also not too loud. I turned it down in OBS, but we'll see. So yeah. Today I wanted to go through a little dorky thing I made. A lovely little slideshow I made in Google. Which literally reminds me of like shit I did in like middle school for our like computer teacher when I first started watching Naruto, which is literally what got me into anime. And I literally would do like little presentations of like the arcs I was watching and like all the characters and shit. I'd make like a little PowerPoint of it. My computer teacher was just like, "Oh yeah, that's very cool." Okay, I'm gonna turn the audio down just like slightly. 5.5. Anyway, so yeah, I have a cute little presentation to get to know me, because I don't really have stuff for like a big debut or anything. I kind of just started streaming. But yeah, let's get into it. Actually, I should probably. I'm gonna have YouTube Studio open. I'm gonna adjust myself. There we go. I'm gonna try to change it for each screen because they're very crazy. I hope you like the style, because get used to it. Anyway, so to start off, the classic, the easy shit. I'm 28. My pronouns are she, her. I'm 5'7", I guess, if you want to know. I genuinely don't know if I am, if Alice is. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what the height is. I don't think I ever gave instructions about the height. And as I like to say, I am a triple threat. I am pansexual, I'm transgender, and I'm poly. Also, ironically, in the order that I came out, I don't think I meant to do that. But that's how we did it. And yeah, I came out, I don't know, not that long ago, honestly. Compared to some other like queer people I've met recently who are like, yeah, I came out like as bisexual in middle school, and I was like, holy shit. I mean, they also grew up in like a completely different environment than I did, for sure. That I think that also helps. Um, but yeah, I originally came out as bi, as well to my mom in like God, I don't know, like 2018 summer, something like that. And then pretty soon after I came out, I did like some more research and realized that I was more like pan because it wasn't like so much about gender. It was more just like if I liked the person, which I think, at least for me, I think that's kind of what lines up more with pansexual because bisexual can like anybody as well. Um, but that's what like me and my old coworker had a lot of conversations about that because she was bi, but she also would be like, yeah, I date like NB people and stuff. So we had some interesting conversations about kind of the difference between the two. And then yeah, I came out as trans in the beloved year of 2020. I came out in the summer, so literally almost like 2 years after I came out as pan, I came out as trans. Um, which is like something I had been thinking of for a long time. I'd been like cross dressing occasionally for like a few years before that, and uh I think just eventually, the more I thought about it, the more I was like, yeah, I think I'm just like more comfortable as a woman, and that was kind of all it took. That was like all I needed. Um, and then, uh, yeah, not long after I came out as trans, I met my exes, my lovely exes. It was two other trans people, a girl and a guy, and I started dating both of them, and like before that, I'd never really like I knew what poly was, but that wasn't really something I ever thought of. But I don't know, I wound up falling in love with two people, so and it's definitely not, I think, anything that I would uh, like need. That's not like something like, oh, I have to have like multiple partners. It's like, no, if I found like another poly couple or something, or like poly cool, and I like um, fell in love with some of them, then like that's cool. Yeah. Sorry, my brain. Um, and then I'm from the United States, very cursedly. We hate to hear it. And then the only pet I have is a black cat named Kuro, pictured there lovingly. Very recent picture of her. Um, my mom has two cats, and I live with my mom, so there's three cats in in our apartment. I would say a little apartment, but it's actually not too bad. Um, so there's decent space for all three of them. And I cat, yes, that is my cat Kuro. As you can see, I have very creative naming senses. um, yeah, I probably should put more pictures in the slides, honestly. um, but yeah, my mom has two cats, and then I have Kuro. So there's three cats at our house. But yeah, I got my beautiful black cat. She is very large. Yes. that is the look, Guinea. Um, but yeah, she's the only long hair, and then both my mom's cats are short hairs, but one's a calico and one is a orange cat. I don't, I really don't know if there's like a name for it. Cat time. We all love to have cat time. Um, Sippy to vitamin water. And then of course I also posted my lore, which I actually should probably really write some more, but just your regular girl who was randomly murdered. Very casual. Going on an evening walk, I was suddenly killed and came back soon after as a spooky ghost. Being given a second chance to hunt down my killer, I also had to hunt down anything that goes bump in the night and protect humanity from such things to keep myself alive as a ghost. Between dealing with all that stuff, I also love to play games. Oh my god, my mouth is too close to the thing, sorry. Rip. Exactly. So yeah, basically I'm on like a time limit, borrowed time to continue existing as a ghost, but I can buy myself as much time as I want basically by continuing to hunt down the creepy crawlies, the demons, the goblins, the ghouls. Buffing the Night Goated. Honestly, one of the best rocket launchers in Destiny. It's very true. It's like all I've been using anymore. Um, but yeah, I get to continue going and try to find whoever it was. I'm sure as you can see on my, as I stretch my head up, my lovely scar on my neck. They came up from behind, so sadly I did not get to see anything. I have no idea. So we're taking our time. We're trying to work it out and figure out. I basically just have like the time and place of my death, but everything else I gotta figure it out. So we'll get there one day. I got time. I got undead time. And then yeah, I just put my general likes. So video games, of course, pretty much all I do with my life. uh, been playing them since I was like a kid. My mom has videos of me when my dad got me an N64 for my birthday when I was like 4 or 5. She has, hella old videos of me playing like Mario Kart 64 and shit like that. And it's very funny to see because I don't know. I'm like a literal child. I'm like 4 and I'm killing it at Mario Kart. And I'm like, okay, that's probably why. Been doing this for a long day and time. Excuse me. And then anime, manga, and shows. I guess media. But yeah, I love anime, any like TV shows, movies, all that shit. I always really enjoy watching that stuff, reading some manga, because I'll just kind of get in moods where I'd much rather read than watch something. Music. I absolutely love music. It's like a huge part of my life, as we're gonna see, because literally most of the slideshow is just fucking. It's music. Love the media. Go media. So true. Very true, Gaty. um, but yeah, I love music a lot. It's very good. I also really love skateboarding. I am horrible at it, but I love it. It's very fun. I love writing. Something else that I don't ever do ever, as Ganny can attest to. Um, but yeah, it's really fun if I can actually get myself to sit down and write. Which is of course the main thing is getting myself to sit down and do it. But if I ever do, or if I actually get myself in the mood to write, I really enjoy it. And then of course chilling and grilling. I wish I knew how to grill. I always just it's really fun just to like kick back and just vibe for a little while sometimes. Not really have anything to do. But I also genuinely wish I knew how to grill because like man, it would be nice to make myself steaks. And the occasional devil's juice or lettuce, as we all know, the good shit. I don't know. I don't really like drink that often, honestly. I like it. It's very yummy. I love vodka. Uh, I don't. I mean, I'll drink like other stuff, but yeah, mostly just like vodka, mixed vodka drinks and shit. Anything like that rules. And yeah, I like smoke a little bit. Well, I mostly take edibles because I still have a hard time with the smell. But um, I don't know. I take those every now and then. When I was working, I got in like a schedule like once a week. Like when I worked Monday through Friday, so Friday when I got home, I'd take an edible and like play games and hang out. And it was a good time. It was a nice little like weekly release, basically, and it was nice. But of course, now that I am not really doing anything, I haven't really been taking as much. And stuff with lots of blood and gore. I don't know why. I love blood and gore. It's very fun. And then vinyls. Collecting vinyls, playing vinyls, just vinyls. Shout out to those who get that joke. No, I really love vinyls, which obviously like goes with my love of music. Um, but I think it's like kind of a bummer how they've like come back into, well, it's a double edged sword that it's come back into like the culture. Like vinyls are hip again and whatnot, but then also with that, they're like a commodity because they're old school, but then like all new artists mostly I feel like a lot of new artists still put out vinyls of their stuff like when they have a new album come out. And yeah, it's a bummer that they're like super expensive and kind of hard to find sometimes, but I really love them. I have a super nice vinyl player, which I have been like desperately trying to find a stupid shelf to put in my room. Like just like a low, long shelf, which apparently just does not exist. They don't make it. Um, because I really want to put my vinyl player on that, because then that'll be like in the middle of my room, and so it'll be like a nice little centerpiece and very accessible. And then put all my Hall Live merch around it because I have so fucking much. Um, but yeah, for now my like record player's in like the a corner of my room, and I don't really use it, which is kind of a bummer. But yeah, I have like tons of vinyl. I really want to like collect the full discography of some of my favorite bands. Excuse me. Also think it'd be really fun to do like a hand cam stream if I ever get like a little camera, or like maybe figure out how to do it on my phone. I honestly haven't I haven't really looked into it, or I'm like not 100% sure how people do it, but I think it'd be fun to do a hand cam stream and show off my vinyls and look through them together, because some of them have really cool little pamphlets, or like designs inside of it, like Sempiternal by Bring Me the Horizon, one of my favorite albums of theirs, and also like Ever has like a really cool pamphlet it comes with, and each page is like this really trippy bizarre art for like each song of the album. um so yeah, I think that'd be really fun as like a future stream idea, to go through my vinyls and stuff, and check it out. And then yeah, always trying to grow it, but of course I don't like it. It's not something I have like a ton of money for. Because I'm either spending it on like PC stuff or like games. So every now and then I'll go. Well, I try not to go because I'll spend like so much money. Is mainly the thing, I think. Um, yeah, and then occult stuff. So basically, like ghosts and cryptids and lots of other stuff. I mean, aliens are also rad, but I don't know. I think a lot of occult stuff is really neat. I'm gonna sneeze. Maybe I did. I apologize. Um, but yeah, any kind of occult stuff, but yeah, mainly like ghosts and cryptids are like some of my favorite shit. I really enjoy that. I don't know why. It's just really fun. As we'll see for my like favorite shows and stuff, I have like Ghost Adventures and shit like that, and that's a lot more of a guilty pleasure because like that's just so dumb and very fake. And you can go off on me for believing in ghosts anyway, but I think there are some like way more legit shows that take it a lot more seriously. Which is yes, exact yes, witches would also definitely be included in that. One because that's how I dress IRL is like goth witch is very much my style, and yeah, I think the culture is very cool. Magic and potions. No. But I know my mom like follows people on like the what is it called, witch talk side of TikTok, which I do not have a TikTok, but she always tells me about that shit, and it's very funny. But I do like some of it. Some of it's very cool. Like don't know. I don't know if like tarot reading and stuff would be considered like witch stuff, but it's very cool. I like stuff like that. Um, and then space ghost adventures. It's good shit. I hate it and I love it, but it's good shit. Um, yeah, and then lastly, space. I fucking love space. It's very fascinating. I watch and listen to and read so much stuff about space. I just think it's super neat. And obviously that's I think also because I've grown up with so much sci-fi stuff that I really love, like Star Wars and shit. Um, but yeah, as an adult, I've like started really loving to kind of read stuff and listen to stuff, mostly like ASMR, which I think I've talked about in one of my streams about the French Whisper ASMR guy. He does some really great like history and um, like space and mythology and all this really cool stuff. But he does like a really great job of talking about some really like crazy and complex, space stuff. Like kind of the actual science of how we've kind of figured stuff out of how space and gravity and like all this shit works. But he does a great job of like explaining it, so it's really fun to like fall asleep listening to. Excuse me. If you ever hear me ramble about space in my streams, that's pretty much where most of my information comes from, honestly. Um, but yeah, and then my dislikes are very small because, as you can see, I'm not much of a hater. I mean, I am kind of a hater, but honestly, trying to like list out stuff I don't like was a lot harder than I thought. But insects, I don't know. I'm sorry to people that like insects. There are some very cute ones for sure. But for the most part, like they terrify me. Just like most insects are very scary to me. And then of course bigots, fuck you. And then going out in public. Mostly because I have social anxiety very badly, very severely. But and that's a true diagnosis. Severe social anxiety. Um, I don't know. It just sucks, especially living in the U.S. Because what are the chances I'm gonna get fucking shot for going to the grocery store? Way too high. Way too high. Sippy. Okay. And next night. Oh, perfect. I'm already in a good spot. My boy, my husband is right next to me. And mwah. A big kiss to him, my husband. But anyway, the damn video games. Eh, I see the boy. It's true. It's him. It's him. I love Majima so much. So anyway, yeah, I kind of put out. I don't know. I feel like all of this slideshow, all of my list is fucking chaotic. Cause I'm chaotic and probably ADHD. But I put recent-ish favorites. Cause probably some of these are like years old, and it probably doesn't feel like that. Like I think Celeste came out like 2018, and I refuse to think about how long ago that really was because it feels like a year ago. But anyway, Celeste, which I played on stream a little bit. I need to finish the story, and I think it'd be really fun to play some of the DLC, like fan made ones that people have done. Look really, really, really cool. I haven't really played any of it because I haven't played on PC before. So yeah, hopefully that'll be some future stream stuff. And then Chicory, A Colorful Tale. Actually, Lena Raine, the composer of Celeste, also did the music for Chicory, which I think is the main reason I knew about it, honestly. Because she was promoting it a lot, and it seemed really cute. It's basically like a virtual coloring book, like video game. I don't know how to describe it if you haven't like seen it, but it's really great. I That is definitely something else I'd really love. I mean, literally like all of these in the recent favorites and favorites of all time and any of these. I really want to play on stream. Control is fucking great. I got the deluxe version because I haven't played the DLC before, but I got it on sale for super cheap on Steam a while ago, and I have been waiting to play that on stream as well. Because I think Control is fucking fantastic. Fallout 3, where's the ring a ding ding? It's in there. It's in the favorite series. Favorite, I tried to do both because I wanna put all these slides on Twitter. I forgot to mention that earlier. Some of them look kind of awkward because I wanna put them like on Twitter as my pinned thingy so people can kind of read through it and see if they want to fuck with me or not. Not like in the me like I literally mean like if they want to be friends, I guess. But yeah, in the Fallout section I put 3 New Vegas and 4 are like my probably my order of favorites. And then I need to play more. Because I have 1, 2, and Tactics. I need to play those at some point. You walking with the slideshow on Twitter? I am, yeah. I wanna. I mean, this is just on Google, but I want to save these and like put it on my Twitter. Right. Oh yeah. So also Get in the Car Loser, which is really great. Really really great like LGBTQ story that's really fun. I don't know. I don't know how to describe it, but it's like a really fun turn-based game. Where you go on a car trip with your friends and try to fight the machine devil, which basically is like controlling people and making them like right wingers. It's very funny. It's well, it's a little on the nose, but it's good. Um, Sanus road trip. Honestly, yeah, to go and kill the machine god or machine devil, whatever he's called in the game. Most chill road trip. And then of course Hades, which was the very first game I played on stream. Because I figured that'd be just something nice to get started with to get me into streaming. Which Mizu, you were there, and you're still here. Mizu got to be there from the start. Um, but yeah, I don't know. Hades is just a fucking fantastic game. I mean, all of their stuff. I was there. It's true. Um, I feel like all of Supergiant stuff is really fantastic. But like Transistor is really really great as well. I played a little bit of Bastion. I never beat it. And then I never played the sport one, like the game where it's sport. Um, I've always wanted to play that one though. You wouldn't let me talk to you. I know. I was so nervous. I was just like, I don't want anybody to talk to me. And not the fact that I just have no idea how any of this works. And then my friends were like telling me the next stream, they were like, everybody was texting me because they were all like, yeah, I can't comment. And I was like, oh, dingus. Yeah, Hades is just incredible. Really fun writing. Like a really neat concept of like all the Greek mythology and Greek gods is really fun. And the fact that there's a Hades 2 coming out at some point has me absolutely losing my mind. I am so excited. Um and then we have a Hi-Fi Rush. I've also wanted to play this on stream, but I think I'm in like the middle of a second playthrough, trying to like get some more collectibles and do like the little door things that you can't get to till you beat it. So I think it'd be fun once I finish that to like play it on one of the harder difficulties. I played that on stream. It was pretty cool. Yeah, I really love Hi-Fi Rush. It literally, as you can see in my favorite genres, puts my top 2 favorite genres together, which is rhythm games and hack and slash. And yeah, it's just really cool. It's just like a really neat concept. It's done really really well. I like it a lot. So yeah, I might play that on stream as well on like one of the harder difficulties. Try to test myself out. And then of course Outer Wilds, which I would put Celeste and Outer Wilds also in my favorites of all time. But they're like newer, but like oh my god, the literally the first time. I mean, I don't, this is very dumb. Cause again, music is like, I don't know what you'd call it. It's important to me, but it also can make me really emotional. And maybe that's from years and years of watching anime and getting manipulated by any time there's a sad song or anything that I need to be crying. But literally, the very first time I ever opened Outer Wilds to play it after getting it, the first time I opened it and I started hearing the menu music, I was like, "Oh my god! Like this is gonna be a great game." Like just from the music, I was already like so into it. It had me like so like ready. I don't know. It was really great. But yeah, so like mixing my love of space with like a really fun, incredibly like well done and well written and great music. Um, just everything about it is fantastic. I highly recommend Outer Wilds. Yeah, very good. And then Donut County is super great. If you ever want to play something that's only like a few hours long and really cute and fun, I highly recommend Donut County. Um, yeah, is cute. I also really love the music. The music in it is fantastic, and it's a really fun and cute concept. Outer Wilds is a great game, and also has one of my worst nightmares in it. I am really curious, Muzi, what is that? Because it could be very similar to mine, where Outer Wilds was literally a horror game for me at some points because oh my god, I like had to keep pausing it because I like couldn't handle some parts of it, even though like I was having the time of my life with it. But yeah, I have thalassophobia, I think it's called, like the fear of the open water. So the giant steep planet terrified me. Having to go into the core of it to get the information from the ship, I like could hardly do it. I was like shaking. I was like terrified to like be in the middle of the planet's core. The planet core. Yeah, I hated that. But then of course the what is it called? Dark Bramble. I think the farthest planet. That one is like literally a horror planet. And that one's like I don't know, it's so stressful. I hate Dark Bramble as well. So I definitely feel you, Mizu, for sure. It's Dark Bramble the president. Dark Brandon. Isn't Dark Bramble the president? Yeah. Dark Brandon. Um, but yeah, it's fucking Outer Wilds is incredible. Um, where was I? Oh yeah, and then Neon White, which ironically is actually by the same person who made Donut County, Ben Esposito, I think. My dyslexia might be making me think it's a different way than Esposita. It might be Espotisa or something. I don't remember. But anyway, Neon White's really fun. The writing, not for me. It's a little cringy. Some of the humor is like really bad. Um, and then, but yeah, it's like a really fun kind of speedrunning game. Like basically the point is, to like race through the level as fast as you can. But it's really neat. It's a fun concept, and I think it's super fun to play. The whole ending sequence was super cool and kind of spooked me. I also am just very scared that our sun will just explode. Supernovas are terrifying. Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I feel that. The heat death of the universe and all that. Yeah, I don't know if you've played the DLC Mizu, but if you haven't, highly recommend it as well. But yeah, both the main ending to the game and the DLC ending made me cry so much. It's just fantastic, and it definitely gives you that existential crisis feeling. Um, but if you haven't played the DLC, yeah, the I think the ending. I haven't finished the DLC yet. Yeah, I think you would really like the um what do you call it? The endings of the DLC. It's a little bit more hopeful. I think it's really beautiful, and I really love the message. So yeah, that also made me cry. But yeah, both endings in that game made me cry a lot. They're really beautiful. But yeah, like talking about space and how much I love it. Yeah, it's. I think that's part of why I like it so much is that it's fucking terrifying, and so much of it is so fascinating, and the chances, like, yeah, I guess like slight spoiler for it, but the fact that basically the research they had done, they were like, "Oh my god, we fucked it up. We thought the universe was this old and our sun was this old, and then like, oh no, no, we were wrong. The universe is ending like right now." It's yeah, very funny and fucks and terrifying. Uh, what do we have? And then Inscription. Inscription is great. Really, really fun. I'm so bad at card games. But they're so much fun. I really enjoy them. um, but Inscription was really great. I actually got really into that. Excuse me. And I feel like I got pretty into the like the card game. Like I actually didn't do too bad at the card game stuff. It definitely took me a while to like get good at it, but and then just like how the story progresses and where it goes is really really great. So I highly recommend it. I mean, obviously everything on these lists I recommend. So and then Monster Hunter Rise, which I have recently played on stream. Um, I've really only played Rise and World, but I think Monster Hunter Rise is just fantastic. It's a really really fun game. I mean, it's a very horrible horrible grinding loop, which obviously I love because I love Destiny. And um, yeah, I don't know. It's just really fun. If you have never played a Monster Hunter, highly recommend Rise. I think it's a decent starting place. And then Disco Elysium, which is a really fantastic game. I've kind of thought about playing it on stream because I haven't played it in a really long time. I played it like a little while after it came out, and really loved it. And then a little while later, they did the big update where they added an ungodly amount of vocals. Because basically, I think every single line in the game is now voiced, which before it was just like a handful. So the fact that they went through and recorded lines for every single thing is insane because it's basically, like a text adventure thing. Um, it's very, very, very classic RPG. You make your character. I mean, you play as a character, but then the whole thing is you start the game with amnesia. He doesn't really know who he is, and so you can be kind of whoever you want. And there's just so much, dialogue and choices and really like slight things that fuck everything up. So it's very classic, like RPG. Choices matter, shit like that. And then of course it's also like very political. So it's very good. Um, and of course we have Cloud Meadow. I kind of wish I had more recommendations for like Arrow games. Arrow spelled ERO. AKA foreign games. Technically, kind of. I've played like a chunk. There's some really good ones. I'm not like a huge visual novel person as much as I like enjoy reading stuff and like I love manga, but for some reason like visual novels, I don't know. A lot of them just don't do it for me, especially that. If there's something more to it, like Danganronpa, as you can see in my favorite series, if there's something more to the visual novel like that, I think I really, really love it. Um, but then, yeah, something like Cloud Meadow that is genuinely a fantastic game on its own without like the sex stuff fucking rules. It's like really fun. It's like a farm, simulator thing. Um, and then the RPG like turn-based combat stuff in the dungeon is like really fun. Um and there's like a huge cast, not huge, but there's a good cast of characters that you can like bring in there, or you know, like the monsters that you raise and can like breed and stuff like that. You can bring like them in, and you can like try to breed them with like specific stats. I don't know, there's a lot to it, and it's like really really fun. I've literally been playing it since the day it came out, so there's been like ungodly amounts of changes to it. And every now and then I'll like come back, you know, every like handful of months or like half a year, I'll come back and like probably start a new save because I think it's fun to just start from the beginning and like see all the little changes from like last time I played. Um, but yeah, I don't know if you want recommendations, I have like a couple besides Cloud Meadow. Uh, but yeah, also if you have recommendations, send them to me because I need more cool games like Cloud Meadow to exist. Uh, yeah, and then favorites of all time, we have Luigi's Mansion. Literally one of the greatest games ever made, possibly the greatest. I could not tell you why, honestly, but it just rules. It's such a fun game. I mean, maybe because it's Ghosts, you know, and it's Mario. It's my boy Luigi, the best. Um, but yeah, I've like been playing that since I was a kid, and I still probably play it once or twice a year. Um, I don't know. It's just so fun. Like I'll have a hankering for it, and I'll plug my GameCube in and get it set up, and I will play through it like 3 or 4 times in a row. Because I played it so much, and it's always just really fun to try to get the high score because it's like weirdly it's about like getting as much money as possible to like get a better score and get a better mansion at the end of the game. So it's always really fun to like keep playing through it. And like if it's been a while since I played it, then I can play through it once, get like back into the feel of it, and then the second playthrough I'll be like way better. Be able to like get all the stuff, get all the secret monies. Um, but yeah, Luigi's Mansion is just great. It's so much fun. And then Kirby and the Crystal Shards for the Nintendo 64. Probably still my favorite Kirby game. Squeak Squad is also up there. Squeak Squad fucking rules. I love Squeak Squad. But Crystal Shards probably takes it for me. That's another game that I will probably play like every year. Cause it's just really fun. And I still don't think I've ever done like 100% playthrough where you get all like the little shards. Um, I think every time I go to play it, I'm just like, I just want to hang out and play this game and make fun weapons and combos because I think that has some of the best in the series. Um, yeah, I don't know. It's just so fun. It's so good. And then Alice Madness Returns, one of my favorites ever. I I don't know. I mean I'm very emo obviously, but like I just really there's some stuff that's, like oh, it's dark and edgy, and then some of it is kind of like cringy, and then some of it like Madness Returns. I'm sure you could say it's like dumb and cringy, but for me, I think that's like a really great version of it where it's like, yeah, it's dark and gritty and gross and gory and like all this shit from like the cute, well, kind of cute, more like weird and bizarre version of Alice in Wonderland. Um, so like taking that and just making it like dark and gory and weird, but then, they still do all this stuff. I've always wanted to play Madness Returns. Hell yeah. I'm sure I'll play it on stream. If you never want to, you can watch, but I also recommend playing it. It's super fun. Yeah, it's a really neat hack and slash. I really love like some of the characters, and like I think the thing too I really love is the writing, because like blah, blah, blah. Alice's Adventures in Wonderland is honestly probably my favorite book. Um, I'm like very obsessed with Alice, and I wonder why my name is Alice. Um, but that's always something I've really loved is like the original story, and the writing in the game is also kind of like that. It's very like riddly, like they talk in riddles, and it's very kind of old timey sounding. Um, so yeah, it's just like a really great version of Alice, and a really really fun game. And then you have Lollipop Chainsaw. I have not played it in a while, I will say, because it's only on the old consoles, and I have my 360. Um, I have like, well, I still have like all my consoles, but I have my 360 here and stuff, but I just haven't. I just don't think I have a good controller for it, if I remember right. It's like why I haven't played anything on it in so long. Because I don't have like a good 360 controller. I think the ones I have are like broken or like shitty. So I've just never spent like $50 on an old Xbox controller. Um, so it's kind of a bummer because I also really love Dante's Inferno game, because that's also a really great hack and slash and very fun. 360 old. I'm old. What? Okay. I mean, I don't know how much older you are than me, if you are that old, but you know what I mean. Like, I don't know. I don't think it's like super old either. I'm 20. We're the same age then, Dingus. Yeah, I don't think it's like that old, but I guess it's probably older than I think, because I got it in like middle school. So um we're old women now is really true, Mizu. It's very sad. um but yeah, I would really love for Lollipop Chainsaw to get put on like PC or something, because it's so much fun. It's really dumb. Maybe it doesn't hold up as well. 28 is so dang old. Yeah, you're 28 too, Ganny. That's right. We're all. They're remaking it? No way! Are they seriously remaking Lollipop Chainsaw? Oh my god. This is news to me, but this is very exciting news to me. Holy shit. Like a remaster. Okay. Hell yeah. That's so cool. Okay. Yeah, I'm very excited for that then. Because, yeah, that game's great. I played it way too much on the 360 for some reason. I'm not really sure why, but I fucking loved it. It also got me to watch like a ton of different animes, because all of her outfits are from like different animes that Kadokawa has put out. So I watched a bunch of anime based on that. Of course, some of the classics being like fucking High School of the Dead. Oh, what a good show. And then we also have Fallout 3. I mean, I really love all the Fallout games, but for me, I think 3 supposedly it launches this year. Holy shit! Let's fucking go! I'm gonna lose it if it does. I need to look this up later. That's so rad. Um, but yeah, Fallout 3 fucking rules. Uh, I mean, New Vegas is also very, very good. Don't get me wrong. Don't get it twisted. Um, but I think it's just a combination of like maybe it was the first Fallout I played, which you'll see from a lot of my favorite games are the first I played in the series. So it could be that. But I think it's also just I really love the atmosphere of 3 more. It definitely feels more like kind of a spooky horror game with all like the metro stuff and the you are getting it wrong. No, 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 no. Um like all the metro stuff in DC, and I don't know. Everything I really enjoy it. I love 3 a lot. I think it's a lot of fun. But yeah, also New Vegas fucking rules so much. And then of course Hollow Knight, which like is actually something I've like gotten into kind of recently. Maybe like 2 years ago I played it for the first time, and oh my god, it's great. Like I definitely understand why so many people have been, raving about it for years. Yeah, it's fucking incredible, and I've already played through it so much. And that's something else I'd really love to play on stream, but I think, but like I want to do something with it, if that makes sense. Like how people do like the little wheels, which I know I could just like make one in Streamlabs. It seems pretty easy. but you know, they have like punishment wheels for when they die or like take a shot or something. So I think it'd be really fun to do that with Hollow Knight because I played it a good chunk and I feel like I'm okay at it. I wouldn't say I'm super good, but it takes me a while to die from the start because like the first couple of sections are pretty chill. At this point for me, I did like realistically not, but you know, also it's you know it hits that same vein as like the FromSoft games, like really cryptic but great lore. Like I've read so much from like the Wikipedias and like watched a bunch of videos about like all the lore of Hollow Knight, and yeah, it's so cool. It's really really great. Um, yeah, and I get it. And then Undertale, of course. Who doesn't love Undertale? No, I'm kidding. A lot. I know it's like, I mean, it's pretty popular, but it's definitely like a niche of people that I think really love Undertale. But yeah, really fantastic. Really fun combat and like you know, obviously if you've heard of Undertale, you probably know it's like the whole thing is like, oh, it subverts the genre, it does all this stuff different, and it does, and it's really great, and it works out well. And then we have Rock Band and like Beat Saber. I genuinely was trying to think of like rhythm games that I really love. I probably could also put Project Diva on here as well. But I don't know. You'll probably hear me like bring stuff up as we keep going through this. Because I put this together and then kept adding to it and changing stuff because I would like think randomly about something. I'd be like, oh my god, yeah, like how didn't I put this in there? And yeah, and we're like already almost at an hour. Oh my god, and we're like hardly through this. That's so funny. I don't know. I mean, this is also kind of what I wanted to do. I literally just wanted to like ramble about stuff I love. So then hopefully people can come back and watch this and be like, oh, or they can just roast me, whatever. But anyway, yeah, Rock Band, like Guitar Hero, shit like that. I think when I was younger is like really what got me into rhythm games, and then something like Beat Saber, which is just like super fun and has like a lot of great music on it. Um, hits that perfect niche of like it's literally like a hack and slash VR game, but then it's to the rhythm. Um, so yeah, I really love it, and yeah, just rhythm games in general are fantastic, and I really love them, and I'm always looking for new ones. Because I literally just played something called DJ Max Respect, I think it is. I got it on sale for like $5 on Steam a while ago, and I like downloaded it yesterday, I think, and played it for a bit. And it's like I'd never heard of it, but it's like a lot of K-pop stuff. Like I don't know, it seemed cool. So yeah, I just love checking out random rhythm games and stuff. And then of course we have Bloodborne, my absolute favorite, a FromSoft game, and one of the greatest games ever made. Uh, I it was literally the first FromSoft game I ever bought. I'd heard of Dark Souls, like I knew what Dark Souls was, but I'd never played it because it's like, oh, it's so hard. That's like the point of the game. And so I knew Bloodborne was made by them, but it was like a spooky like werewolf thing from the trailers. Like I had no idea back then. So I got it the day it came out. I played it for a while. I like sucked at it. I had no idea what I was doing. And yeah, I don't I think I like finally got past oh my god, what's like the second boss, the hunter guy? I can't think of his fucking name. But it's not Gurnam because I think that's the final guy. But I wish I could play it. Do you not have a PlayStation? Father Gascoigne. Thank you. Yes. Father Gascoigne. Um I could not get past him, and then I finally did, and I got a little ways farther, and then I think I stopped like playing it. And then like I don't know how much longer it was, but Gainy actually in chat borrowed it from me and played through it. And I went over and I watched him play it for a while, and I was like, "Oh my god, this game's awesome!" So I once he was done with it, I went through and played it and kind of spent time. I had PS4 in the game, but I never finished it. Now my PS4 is in storage somewhere. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I feel that. I don't know. It's like it took me a while to finally get through it. A good video game, amazing even. Highly true. It definitely took me a very long time when I finally like pushed through and was like I want to beat this. I want to like experience the story and try to like figure out what the hell's going on. And yeah, and that was the first FromSoft game I ever played and like finished. And now I've like played through and platinumed all of them, and I've beaten all of them multiple times because I'm insane and I fucking love those games. But yeah, I think I love the Dark Souls games a lot, and Sekiro is fucking fantastic. But I definitely think Bloodborne just stands on its own. It's an incredible game. The like lore, the story, and like the weapons and stuff, and the combat in that one is just top tier. And then we have Legend of Zelda Wind Waker, my favorite Zelda. I am a little obsessed with Zelda. I have 2 tattoos of Zelda. I plan on getting a couple more. Um, I have an entire wall in my room that is all Zelda posters with a giant replica Master Sword in the middle of it. Which is like ungodly heavy. It's like I don't know what if it's made out of actual steel or what, but oh my god, it's so heavy. Uh, but yeah, it's very cool. But yeah, I like The Legend of Zelda a little bit. Um, and Wind Waker is definitely my favorite. And again, you could say like maybe it's because it was the first Zelda I ever played when I was a kid. I rented it a bunch and actually beat it. Which I was kind of surprised by. Like looking back on it, I'm surprised I like got through it. I probably didn't do like any of the optional content stuff, or like little side stuff, but I got through most of it, and well, I beat it. So, um, but yeah, and then like I never owned it on GameCube, and I still don't. But when it came out on the Wii U, the HD remaster thing, I don't even know how many times I played through it. But yeah, Wind Waker is just fucking fantastic, and I really love all of the a lot of the games. At least all the ones I played too are really good. Eh, oh yeah, and then I added this today too, because I was editing and adding a bunch of stuff today, and I added the final slide today. Um, because I spent like way too long on this stupid thing. Um, but anyway, some of my favorite gotcha games. Nikkei got us a victory. Literally been the only gotcha I've been playing. Basically, you could look at all of these and say like they're the only ones I was playing at the time for like a long time. Um, but yeah, for well, they just had their half year anniversary, but I've literally been playing it like every day since it came out. Uh, and it's so funny. It's so stupid. It's the ass game. Like, it's literally what it is. And for some reason, out of all the other ones I've played, like Blue Archive and Azure Lane, that I've spent ungodly amounts of time in as well, um, Nikkei's the one that I'm like I've gone like I actually watch all the story cutscenes. I mean in most of them I like doing the little character interaction things when you like level up their bond or whatever. Um, but I've been doing that. But yeah, I like have watched all the story stuff in Nikkei. I'm like super into the lore. I have all these theories because like I've almost caught up to where the chapters are. And then of course they just released like 2 new chapters, and I don't know how the hell I'm supposed to do them because the one I'm on I'm stuck on because my level isn't high enough, and it takes so long to like get levels now because I'm like over 200. Anyway, I can ramble about Nikkei for like 2 hours, so I will not. Uh, but it's fun. And then Blue Archive is also super good. Really love the character design. Big ups to my girl, of course. Well, of course, Asuna. But we all know that I set myself up for a thing and then I forgot her name. Karen. We all know Karen's the best one. She rules. But no, I really love a lot of the character design and I feel like the combat and stuff in that one is super fun. It's really cute. I like it. And then of course Azure Lane was like one of the ones that like really got me into it. I remember watching, was it Keys in a Eye? I think played it like, I don't even know how long, like probably when it came out. I remember watching like Keys in a Eye play it, and I thought the characters in it were fucking adorable, and I was like, that seems so cute. So, uh, whenever it came out in the U.S., I like immediately got it, and that one I spent years playing, for a while. Excuse me. But yeah, so like Blue Archive and Azure Lane I really love, but then I don't know, I just like didn't really care for the story. I didn't really like get into it. So that stuff I'll skip, but for some reason the stupid ass game is the one that's like got me. And then World Flipper. World Flipper's super cool. An artist gal I follow on Twitter was really into it, and she had it when she was in Japan. She had like, the Japanese version. And then they released it in North America a while ago. And it's super cute. It's literally like a dorky gotcha game. The character design is super cute. A lot of it's mostly like pixels. It's like 8-bit stuff. Um, but it's pinball. It's like the levels are little pinball levels, and your team of like 5 characters, like the head one is kind of bigger, and then all the other guys follow behind. And basically, each level, you like hit the characters, which are your pinball, into like enemies and stuff. And it's really cute. It's really fun. It's a lot of cool characters and shit. I like that one a lot too. And then Destiny Child, which I think that one mostly is for the titties, the boobies. Uh, the the animation in that one is just like incredible. I think that's the first time I'd ever seen such like ungodly good L2D for like all the characters. Like before I played it, I remember seeing some of this stuff and I was like, "Oh my god. Like how do they do that? Like how do they animate these characters like that? Like they look insane." So I remember like eventually I saw it came out in the US and like North America, and got it and like played it for a while and got like super into it. Um, yeah, most of these I haven't like played in a little while now. It's mostly been like Nikkei. um, God damn. Okay, yeah, I'm going off. I love it. uh, yeah, I hope you guys are enjoying this. Me rambling. But hey, I did put it. I did put it in the title, so you knew. Um, And then we have a favorite series section because I think it's kind of easier to just say like I really love this series or that series. So like I said, of course, Zelda. And my top 3 for me are Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, and Majora's Mask. You can obviously fight me on that, but I will not listen. um, I think those are just easily the best games. They're all really, really fantastic. And I mean, like I would probably also have like Breath of the Wild and shit like that really close, and like Ocarina of Time and stuff. Those are also really great. Like I said, like I fucking love all the games. So excuse me, but I definitely think those are just like my top. Uh, and then of course Final Fantasy. I've played a shit ton of those. I really really love them. I also really want to play some on stream. Like some of the ones I've played before, like 13 series. Because it's been, how long has it been since I played 13? Like all of them. I don't know. It's been so long since I played the first one though, especially. But like 13-2 and Lightning Returns, I feel like I played somewhat like not that long ago. I can remember those ones pretty good. But yeah, I think it'd be really fun to play 13 on stream and also 9. Rare to see someone actually like 13. I know, right? I feel like I am a very odd one out, and we'll get roasted for it, but I don't give a shit. 13 and the whole series fucking rules. I love it. I love Lightning so much. She is awesome. I really love 13 a lot. I also love 10. Is probably my second favorite. That was the first Final Fantasy I ever played. I also like it. So let's go, Pog. Highly Poggers. Thank you, Mizu. That's very exciting. I'm honestly so happy that you like it too. I feel like so many people I've met that like Final Fantasy fucking hate 13, so I'm very excited. It makes me very happy. Um, but yeah, I also really love 10. I know that one's also a bit of a meme, but I think it's really fun. It's definitely a mess. I will admit some of it is a mess, but I like a lot of the characters, and I think it's a very fun story. I get why people might not like it, but I just think it's kind of neat. Yeah, honestly, that's it. That's all you need. I think it is also very neat. 10 is my favorite Final Fantasy. Let's go. Yeah, I fucking love 10. Yeah, it was the very first one I ever played on like PS2, and yeah, I like 10 a lot as well. And then I would also put 9 up there. I have not finished it. But I think 9's really great, and that's definitely one I want to play on stream because I've never finished it, and so I think it'd be really fun to play. I think I have a lot of them on my wish list, but I think I have the first one. I have the first 13, so I have 13, 10, and 10-2 combo, and then 9. Excuse me. So I have all those on Steam, and I would like to play them. It's also the first one I ever played, although all the text was stuck in French because I somehow got the French version. Ayo! Highly cursed. That's so funny. I kind of love that. Yeah. 10 is very special. Always has a special place in my heart. It's great. And then of course also 7. Like everybody, 7's like this incredible game, and I see how, it shapes stuff. It's like Berserk, you can see the influence it's had on so much media and stuff that's followed after it. But it's really great. I love 7 a lot. I recently, when the what is it called, remake, part 1 remake came out, I platinumed that. I spent so much time playing that, and I had played the original 7 for a while on PS3, and I think I got to the end, like I got to the crater at the very end, and I just was like super underleveled, and I was really bad at it, and so I didn't really enjoy it as much. But then when I played through it on PS4 after the remake, I had a lot more fun because I cheated and I used the what, I don't know what you'd call it, like God mode basically. If you like press the start button or whatever on the PlayStation controller, it would like it refilled your health constantly, and you always had like super meter. So it actually made the game really easy. I tried to 100% the remake. Eventually gave up doing the house hard mode boss because I was losing more. Yo, I was so nervous for that. Everybody was saying like trying to beat it on hard mode was impossible because of the house. I don't know. I think maybe because of that, I was like ready. I was prepared. I had so much stuff saved up, and like I had all these items and all this shit to like get through it. But yeah, I feel like it took me a while. I I wish I could say I remember how I did it, but I don't. But yeah, oh god. But yeah, like 7 classic as well is really fun, and I do think it's a great story. Which is also why I really want to play 6. I have 6 on my wish list as well. Um, and I'd really love to play 6 because I think some hardcore fans always say that 6 is actually better than 7, and it seems like it's a similar story. So I don't really know much about it, but I do want to play 6 as well. And then we have the Resident Evil series. As you saw, some of my first streams were the original Resident Evil 4 and then the remake that came out. Which, yeah, 4 is definitely my favorite. Easy. But yeah, my top 3 is definitely 4, 2, and 8. Because the 2 remake fucking rules. I've never played the original 2, but oh my god, is the remake incredible. I've only played 7. Yeah, damn. Highly recommend checking out some of the other ones. Especially if you've only played 7, you could also play 8. I think 8's incredible. I don't know. I liked 7, but I think 8 kind of improved on like the first person stuff. Is very good. I want to play the remakes on stream. Hell yeah, do it. I will watch with you. Or well, yes, I will watch you. um, yeah, they're so much fun. I would love to watch you play those. They're great. Um, but yeah, I pretty much played all of them except like the spin-off. So I've played 2 through 8. I tried to play 1. It's rough. I'm really bad at it. But I tried. I got like a ways into it, but I have instead opted to watch like a 3-hour YouTube video of the entire lore of the series, which includes not only the spin-offs but some of the movies, which I have watched a couple, and then not like the live action movies, like the actual CG movies, which are also really good. Um, but then the stage plays, there were 2 stage plays, and one of them is actually like very important to the lore, which is just ungodly funny to me. It's so good. It introduces a character that's one of the main characters in 6. So it takes place between 5 and 6. But yeah, it's so funny. It introduces one of them. Like, he just came out of nowhere. If you had no clue about the stage play, you're like, who the fuck is this guy? Why? I don't know, but I love it. It's so good. It's very funny. And then I also really love the Tales from series. Tales of Vesperia being my favorite. It was of course again the first one I ever played. Um, but I think it's really fun. It's like, it feels very similar to like the Final Fantasy Dragon Quest type games. But then the combat is more like live action, kind of hack and slash stuff. And I think it's really fun. I It's been a little while since I've played any of them. I keep trying to get into Bersiera. Yes, that's so. I should play that. I should play that on stream. I keep trying to get into Bersiera because I don't know. It's like I think. Well, there's like a couple that have female protagonists, but like Violet or whatever her name is, I can't remember. She's so fucking cool, and I love her demon arm. And yeah, I've like started it like multiple times, and then I just get a little ways into it, and then I kind of stop playing it. It's very dumb. It makes me angry at myself. But yeah, a lot of the Tales from games are really cool. I've played like a handful. They're very neat. And then of course we have FromSoft with my official ranking, which is Bloodborne, Sekiro, Dark Souls 3, Elden Ring, DS1, and DS2. Everybody shits on DS2. I think it rules. Like, this is my list from obviously favorite to least favorite, but I would still like it's still a favorite. Like, it's at the end of my list, but that doesn't mean I hate it. Like, I still love Dark Souls 2 so much. It's a lot of fun. Um, but yeah, I don't know. They're great games. I know Armored Core is coming out, and people are very excited about that. I would love to get into those. I have no idea if I would like it as much because it's a totally different game, but it seems cool. It's like mechs, and mechs are cool. So, excuse me. And then we also have the Like a Dragon series, formerly Yakuza. Um, I think I still don't know what their plan is, but I saw Ryugo Gokuto Studios put out a thing when they announced all like the new games they're doing, which is like the Ishin, the old timey Japan version of Yakuza. Um, and then like I think they also announced Yakuza 8. They also said that they're like rebranding it, so now the name is like a dragon across everywhere because in Japanese it's always been Ryugo Gokuto. And so, yeah, it seems like they're just trying to middle it out. So now it's also known as Like a Dragon everywhere, which is weird. I keep trying to remember that in my head and to call it that, but I just always want to call it Yakuza. Um, but yeah, I wish I had a ranking for my favorite Yakuza games, but I'm so like all over the place with the series. I played Zero first. Was the first one I ever played, and I loved it. I didn't know they were actually just changing the name. Yeah, it's interesting. Because yeah, I think if you look at Ishin, because Ishin is out. If you look at it, it is called Like a Dragon, and then Seven is also called Like a Dragon. And I thought maybe they were just doing like a different title because it's not the main characters anymore. Because Seven's like a new crew. But yeah, no, apparently they are just like trying to, well, I guess not trying to. They are changing it for all the future titles. They're all gonna be Like a Dragon now. Um, but yeah, my thing with this series basically started with Zero. A little while after it came out, and I fucking loved it. I was like, this is so good. Like, I understand why this is like a popular, series. And then I played Kiwami, and then I played what came after? I think after that was six. I think six came out after that. I basically started playing them in order of what they were coming out as. So I played zero and one, and then I jumped to six because that came out. And I like watched all this stuff and like read all these stuff about the games in between, like two through five. I kind of read all the stuff that happened. I played six, and then they went back and Kiwami 2 came out, so the remake of 2 came out, and then I played that. And then I played 7, and then I jumped back up to 7. I played 7, and then they did the pack of the 3, 4, and 5 HD remasters. And I have tried so many times to finish 3. Like I keep just picking it up and like starting where I am. I don't like start the game over. But like I don't know, it's so I don't know if it's just because it is like an HD remaster, so it's a little bit more janky. But it's like the same stuff. It's the same thing. But for some reason, I just have a really hard time getting through 3. Maybe I just don't like the story as much. I don't know. But yeah, I'm like all over the place with Like a Dragon. I'm using streams to get myself through them. Yeah, see, perfect. Yeah, because I watched you finish Zero, which was fun. It's fun to see like your reactions to them and stuff. So yeah, it'll be fun to see you keep playing through them, and then yeah, hopefully hopefully it'll inspire me to get through 3, 4, and 5, because then I'll have actually like played all the main ones. Um, but yeah, I also really love Judgment, which is like the spin-off one. It's the same team, but totally different characters, but still takes place in Kamurocho and stuff. Um, and it's kind of a bummer because basically what they're doing now is the Yakuza games, Like a Dragon games now, are going to be turn based because we're going to follow Ichiban from 7. So like Ichiban and the gang are going to be the main crew in 8. And yeah, apparently they're keeping it Dragon Quest style. They're keeping it turn based, which is cool? Question mark. I think it was really fun. I really enjoyed 7 a lot, and I think the classes and turn based stuff was really cool. But hopefully they tweak it a bit and kind of balance it a little bit more. And then I'm so down. I'm so into it. I really love Ichiban and the crew. They're great characters. And then basically it seems like Judgment they're gonna keep making, which I have the second one. I haven't played the second Judgment. just as I was starting to not like turn-based combat anymore. I don't. Yeah, I don't. Maybe you'll like it. I don't know. I hope so. If you get to 7, we'll see. But yeah, the Judgment games, I guess they're gonna keep as the beat 'em up style, which I really love. I think the combat in Yakuza is so much fun. So I like part of me's kind of bummed that they're not gonna keep doing that for the mainline series, but for the Judgment games, which is like a new series, I guess they're gonna keep it that way. But yeah, I have Lost Judgment, the second one. I still haven't played it, but it seems cool. And okay, and then we have Fallout. I love the Fallout games. They're great, as we said. 3 New Vegas and 4. All very different games, but all very, very good. All super fun. Fallout, I don't know. It's just a great series. It's a little sad that the creators of it have kind of forgotten what the series is about. And some of the humor and stuff in like 4 and 76 are a little, I don't know. I think they kind of forgot that the joke is, they kind of forgot what the joke was. But they're still great games. And then of course we have the Metal Gear Solid series. I fucking love Metal Gear. It's so dumb. It's so good. I love it. Metal Gear. I've played 1, 2, 3, 4, and Peace Walker, and then 5, and the 5 prequel, Zero, Ground Zero, whatever it's called. So I pretty much played all the title ones, or all the numbered ones, and Peace Walker. I think I tried playing the first one, like Metal Gear Solid Snake or whatever it's called. And I tried playing that one, and it's a little tough. Colonel, we've managed to avoid drowning. No way. But yeah, I would definitely. It's hard to put a ranking because it's been a hot minute since I played them, but 3 is definitely my favorite. I would really love to play through 3 again on stream and just get into some hijinks because 3 is a lot of fun. But yeah, they're great games, and I don't know. I'm kind of sad that Kojima left, but he's doing his own thing now, and Death Stranding. I recently played through the entire series on stream. Did you play through all of them? I saw you finish 4 a little while ago. Damn, I didn't realize you had played through all of them. That's awesome. Yeah, they're all apart from 5. Oh yeah, I think five's really fun. What's up with that vamp fella? Oh, his name's Vamp not because he's a vampire, but because he's bisexual. God, I love Hideo Kojima. But yeah, like I said, I'm sad. I'm sad that he left and he's not doing Metal Gear anymore. But Death Stranding fucking rules, and it's so funny, and it's still so dumb. So I'm glad if he keeps making like Death Stranding type shit. I'm so down for it because Death Stranding was great. And then of course we have the Danganronpa series. Uh, they're great. I know I talked shit about visual novels a little bit ago, but I don't know. I think I just love murder mystery, like detective stuff, like Phoenix Wright and like Danganronpa and those type of styles of games. They're mostly visual novels, but then they have all like the detective based stuff, and I think that's what makes me love them so much. But the Danganronpa games are fantastic. Like I love all the characters. I love all the stupid twists and drama and anime bullshit. It's so good. And then yeah, my ranking is probably 213 and then Ultra Despair Girls. Because it's like a spin-off. It's really important to the series because literally every piece of Danganronpa media is very important to the series. It's just so funny. Like the animes, besides the first anime, because it's literally just like a remake of the game, like basically shot for shot of the anime. But then after that, the like 2 animes that aired at the same time, literally you were supposed to watch one episode of one and then watch the other episode of the other, even though they were very like separated. They're very different stories, very different time of like the world. Um, but then yeah, of course, Ultra Despair Girls. It was okay. They go from like a detective visual novel to like a third person shooter. Very weird. It could have been really fun, but it was okay. Um, but yeah, the main games are fantastic, and it makes sense if you've played through three and finished it. You're very aware of why they're not doing them anymore. That was kind of the entire point of the third game. Um, but they're not doing Danganronpa, but basically the Spike Chunsoft team is basically making the same thing with a different cast, I think, like of characters. I don't know if that's even out. I remember seeing that trailer so long ago. Now that I say that, I remember seeing their trailer for like a new murder mystery type game. With like, I don't know. I don't even remember my brain. And then we of course have Sinner and Kagura. Yes, I'm degenerate trash, as we all know. Sinner and Kagura series fucking rules. It's obviously a hack and slash, and so that hits a good spot for me. Because it's so much fun. It's just like dumb fucking boobies or whatever, but like it's really fun. I like a lot of the characters, and the combat and like gameplay is actually super fun and like satisfying. Um, but yeah, I think I've played pretty much all the Sinner and Kagura games, even some of like the spin-off, like the rhythm game and shit. And another series that went from like hack and slash to third person shooter with what was that? Peach Beach Splash, I think, game. But yeah, like Estival versus and Shinobi versus and stuff are really great. Those are fantastic. And we have the Uncharted series, is very good. It's been a while since I've played them. I think that would be a super super fun thing to play through on stream because I fucking love the Uncharted games. Very fun Indiana Jones shit. And that's kind of that. They're just really fun. I don't know. They're great. And then we have Kingdom Hearts. I hate the Uncharted series. No, damn. I hate to disagree, but I think they're really great. And then we of course have Kingdom Hearts, the most cursed series. That is definitely something that I will easily put as one of like my favorite series and some of my favorite games ever made. But also I'm as lost as I think most people with the story. I've played like 1, 2, and 3. I've played Chain of Memories. I've tried to play Birth by Sleep. I'm a massive Kingdom Hearts nerd. Let's go. Hopefully maybe sometime we can talk about it and you can try to explain more of it to me. Cuz I've like watched breakdowns of stuff cuz I've played a chunk of this, not like spin-offs, but you know, some of the non-numbered games I've played. Excuse me. But yeah, I still have a hard time sometimes with like where it goes, especially because I haven't finished Birth by Sleep, and I feel like that's such an important game to the story. Because basically, that's like the start. That's like, you know, they went back and that's like all before Sora and everybody. Um, it's a pretty important one. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. When I played it, because I never played it on like 3DS or anything. I got it when I got the HD, the whatever it's called, 1.5 and 2.5 remasters with like, you know, that included the extra games. When I played through those on PS3, I tried playing through it, and I don't know, I feel like compared to the main ones, the numbered ones, like the combat was really funky. I don't remember. It's been a while since I've tried to play it, but I think that was my reason why I had a hard time getting into it. Um, but yeah, I love Kingdom Hearts. They're great. They're very dumb and very fun. And then we have the Fire Emblem games, another one that I think is kind of decisive, that some people think is hot garbage, and I think slaps. I'm really bad at it. I would love to stream them, but I'm so bad at it, and people would probably just make fun of me for playing on the easy difficulties. But yeah, I don't know. It's such a fun combat system. I really enjoy it. But then yeah, I'm also really bad at it. Um, but yeah, I've been playing. I've never finished a Fire Emblem game, but I like them. Hell yeah. Um, yeah, I wish. I mean, you could probably still find Awakening for like a pretty good price. I would think. I would hope. Because it's not like crazy old, but it is a 3DS game, so it might be hard to find. But that was where I started. I started with Awakening, and that is definitely one of my favorites, and probably one of my favorites of all time. I could have put in there as well. But yeah, Awakening is just an incredible game in general, but a great Fire Emblem game. And then I've pretty much been playing every one that's come out since, and really enjoy them. Except for the Awakening is the one I started with. Hell yeah, yeah. See, that's a good. I feel like if you haven't been playing it since you were younger, then like that's kind of the one. Because I think it's just such a fantastic game anyway. Um, but yeah, what was the newest one? Was it Burst? What the hell was the newest one called? I don't know. I got it. I got it when it came out, and I was so excited because I was like, "Oh yeah, new Fire Emblem. Let's go engage." Yes, thank you. my my goddamn brain. Um, yeah, I engage was really fun. I liked it a lot. I like a lot of the characters. But then I don't know. For some reason, I was just having a hard time. Uh, I just haven't touched it in a long time. I think, but it's kind of just the thing, where you're like super into it, and then you kind of stop playing it, and then you start playing other stuff, and then it totally just falls to the wayside. You kind of forget about it. It's pretty much what I've done. I haven't played it yet, but I want to play it because the cute girl with the cool hair. I'm gonna be honest. That could be any of them, but I agree. I agree. Yeah, I can't think of some of my favorite characters in it, but I think Panette is her name. Panette. She's the one that's got the little lip scar looking thing. Like she kind of looks like the Joker, like her makeup. She's got orange hair. She fucking rules. And then there's also the thief gal, Eureka, I think is her name. She's really cute and very cool. Yeah, there's some good characters in it. I really need to go back and like keep playing it. Because I think I still have like a good chunk. But I think it's really good too because it's really similar to Awakening, which I think is why when it came out I was like so excited about it because I was like, oh my god, this is like a way more like Awakening. Like it's not like Three Houses where you have this home base and you have all this other like JRPG stuff going on. I mean, okay, you do have a home base and Engage, but then I don't know. There's like a lot of other stuff, and it feels a lot more similar to Awakening with like some of the added newer stuff. But it's good. Three Houses wouldn't let me marry my favorite girl. Damn. I know. I mostly I think I played through one of the houses as a guy, uh, just to marry somebody. I don't remember who I married. But of course I married Claude because oh my god, much like Leon in Resident Evil, I will do anything for Claude from Fire Emblem Three Houses. He's so fucking hot. I have the biggest crush on him. Oh my god, Claude is so hot. Anyway, let's do an entire 4-hour TED talk about how hot Claude is. Okay. um Okay, and then yeah, some of my favorite genres, as you can probably tell, rhythm games, hack and slash, Soulsborns, Metroidvanias, FPS, and looter shooter. Because I mean, looter shooter, I guess, is pretty similar to FPS, but like, there's more to it, I think. But yeah, I don't know. Those are kind of it. Oh my god, this is only like the second page. Oh my god, I'm taking so long. No, it's fine. I hope you guys are enjoying it because this is like, I don't know where to put myself. Where do I put myself? I guess I can cover up the little picture. Uncanny. Okay. Well, okay. I'm gonna raise myself up a little bit. There we go. Okay. I should be sleeping. I know. I'm okay. Sorry if this is weird, but like you and Lulu is going to be a test. Absolutely, there will be. um, yeah, I think okay. After this, I will probably rant about some stuff, but I'll try to just like list stuff. I think. uh, but like I said, anyway, I hope people come back to watch this so they can get a sense. But anyway, yeah, I I don't know. I hope this isn't like weird, but I put in my world clock on my phone, because I have Tokyo, because I've been to Japan a few times, so I have a little thing that reminds me of like what time it is there. I also put one for London, because I think you're from the UK, and it sounds like you and Lulu are in the same time zone. So I put one in there, and yeah, it's 4:06 a.m. I can see that. You dingus. You should be asleep. I'll say it. Okay. And then what do I watch? Nothing good, probably. Um, but anyway, some of my favorite animes. Of course, One Piece. I am a big, big, big One Piece nerd. I fucking love One Piece. Steins Gate, absolute banger, absolute classic. Cowboy Bebop, even more of a classic. The original Berserk anime. Yes, Space Battleship, let's go. um, but yeah, the original Berserk anime from the late '90s is incredible and has, I think, one of my favorite soundtracks of anything ever. And then of course JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I'm a big JoJo bitch. Love me some JoJo. Love me complete insanity. I also really love the Monogatari series. I recently went through and rewatched it because it had been a little while, and I think there's like a new series that I hadn't seen before, and like a new movie or something that I had seen. But yeah, that series is great. I think it's a really really fun series because it's so different. It's I don't know if it's based off of. I don't think there's a manga. Maybe there's a light novel of it, but it's so different. It's literally just like conversations. Like that's the whole anime is people just talking to each other with like interesting shots. So like cinematography wise as well, I think it's really fascinating to watch just for that. But I think the characters and the writing is all really fantastic. And it's a great series. But there's also some anime bullshit in it, so beware. Claymore, absolute classic. One of the ones that really fucked with me when I started watching anime. Like one of the first ones where I realized, oh, this shit's like dark and fucked up, and they will just do whatever they want to these characters. Uh, but yeah, Claymore is fantastic, and then Shuffle, one of my for a long time, I seriously think it was like one of my favorite animes like of all time. It's just like a cute little like etchy what do you call it? What the hell do you call it? Like kind of slice of life, but it's like a romance, harem kind of thing. But it's really cute. I wound up really loving it. And then of course Kill la Kill. I mean, you will see that there's multiple Trigger studios on here. Um, but yeah, Kill la Kill is just so good. Elfen Lied, absolute classic. Talk about fucked up and gory and ridiculous. And then of course Rosario plus Vampire. Ganny, please, can I get a pog in chat? Very dumb and cute etchy show with like kind of not magical, but like different types of creatures and stuff. Let's go. Fog. But yeah, very cute show. Anohana is one of those ones that is just purposely depressing and sad, but it's really great. It's really well done, and I hate it so much. My Neighbor Totoro, so good, everybody's favorite. Probably one of my favorites of Ghibli, but I think also Princess Mononoke is also really good. I don't know. It's hard to put like the movies on here because I love a lot of the Ghibli. I also really love Nausica. Nausica's really good. That I feel like that's one that doesn't get like name dropped enough, you know? Check out Nausica. I should have added that. Maybe I'll add it before I put it on Twitter. But and then of course Angel Beats. That was another one that fucked me up. Super super sad. Angel Beats I Cry. Honestly, I've for some reason I've watched that series like 5 times and I bawl every single time. It's so good. It's so sad, right? Same. Yeah. Angel Beats just incredible. Shiki? Shiki is very cool. I don't know how well known it is, but I love Shiki a lot. It's like a vampire, really, really good vampire anime. Highly, highly recommend. And then of course Gurren Lagann, the classic. Something I should probably rewatch. It's been a while since I've watched Gurren Lagann, but just extremely good. Made in Abyss, a newer classic, but I think that one's also really popped off. For good reason. It's really good. I think it's really fascinating. I really love the lore and like concept of the world is super cool. And then Wolf Children, one of my favorite movies of all time, and yeah, another one that just makes me cry. I literally the first time I ever watched it, I got like a excuse me, I got like a 2-pack of the director's movies, which was Summer Wars and Wolf Children. Like I got a little double pack of both of them, and I watched Summer Wars and I was like, yo, this is really cool. And so Wolf Children seemed really different, but I didn't know what to expect. And then literally just the scene of her running in the snow with her kids, like made me cry. Like it was just beautiful. Like I don't know how to describe why it did, but like it was just so beautiful and just so well done. Yeah, highly recommend Wolf Children. It's just an incredible film. And then of course we have another very I don't know how popular another is. I feel like I've seen some people shit on it, but another's really good. Very dumb, like kind of murder mystery, kind of basically curse that makes people die in very stupid and unhinged ways. It's great. And then of course Mob Psycho 100, absolutely incredible. I still have not watched the last 2 episodes because that's where I had left off when it was airing. I was watching it every week as the last season aired, and then the first episode of that, like the last couple episodes, destroyed me, and I still have not finished it because I know it's gonna hurt so much. So I haven't yet. Someday I will. And then Psyche K. I like everybody's thinks Nichijou is like the funniest and best anime for like comedy. Like it's just the best comedy ever. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna throw out that like Nichijou is fine. It didn't really make me laugh that much. Like I was I it was probably also because it was so hyped up and I was like expecting a lot from it. But when I watched it a while ago, I was like, this is funny. Like, it's good. But Psyche K fucking kills me. Maybe it's just more my style of humor. I don't know. But I think Psyche K is hilarious. I highly recommend that if you want, like, a really dumb comedy about, like, a fucking deadpan character who is, like, basically God. Like, Psyche is just an ungodly strong Esper, and he could like do anything basically. But yeah, he like limits his powers, and it's just a very funny comedy. It's very great. And then of course Kakegurui is hilarious? Question mark. It's so good. It's very fun. It's very much the anime bullshit of explaining how I won 3 moves ago in poker. And I love it. It's so much fun. It's actually like really like tense. Like I love watching it, and like every episode is like, oh my god, like how's she gonna get out of this one? It's great. And then Witchblade. Witchblade is a classic. That was like one of the first series I ever watched, and I love it. It's definitely got some like etchy kind of shit, big booba. But it's a really cool story. It's really cute. I like it. It's very sad, also. And of course, Space Battleship Yamato 2199, a classic. I watched it together with Ganny. It's very fun. It's very, I don't know. It's cool. It's just like good space anime. Very very not like mech shit, but just like cool space shit. And then Fooly Cooly. I like Fooly Cooly a lot. I think it's very interesting. I probably need to rewatch it because it's been a little while, but I remember watching it and kind of just I don't know I don't know if anybody's supposed to know what the hell is going on in that show, but it's cool. I enjoy watching it. And then Panty and Stocking with Garter Belt is great. It's a very very dumb lowbrow comedy, but some of the stuff's in it's pretty fun. The music as well, the soundtrack for that series is awesome. It's so good. And then some of my manga is, of course, also going to be similar to the anime because a lot of them are very ahead. Um, but of course, Chainsaw Man, I would put more here than anime because there's only one season of anime and I've only watched like half of the anime. Because they got to the episode where Himeno throws up in Denji's mouth, and I didn't want to watch that. So I literally just haven't watched the rest of the anime. I'll probably whenever they start making the next season, and Reze shows up. Whenever Reze shows up, I'll watch it again because oh my god, I love Reze so fucking much. But I would put it more in the manga because I've read part one like 5 or 6 times, and I've also been reading part two pretty actively. I'm a couple chapters behind already, but whenever I do that, like if I get like a good chunk behind, I'll literally just start from the beginning of part two again and just read through it. So I've already like read through the beginning of part two like multiple times. But yeah, I it's like super well, not super, but it's a really new series, but I easily think it's one of the best things out there. It's just incredible. It's so good. And then of course Berserk, one of the greatest and most influential pieces of media in our time. Um, and yeah, I know why. This is also one that I've been really meaning to reread because it's been a while, and I don't know. I'm like still kind of a newer fan. Like a hand like 2017, I think was when a friend like showed me the original anime, and then I started reading the manga. And at that point, I think they were off the boat because there was the big meme that like they were on the boat for like 8 years. Um, they were off the boat and they were on the island, and that's where I started. I got like caught up to it. So it's been a while since I read all the rest of it, and then there's just been on the island since then. And then of course, Kento Miura has sadly passed away, and so mad respect and a huge loss to the creative world. Um, so I'm very interested to see how they keep doing it because I've read this stuff about how the one of his best friends who he told kind of all the ending bits, like kind of how he wanted the series to go. Basically, they're going to do it word for word what he said. They're not going to take any liberties. They're not going to do anything else. Literally, what Kento Miura said to his friend about kind of what he wants to happen is basically what they're gonna do exactly. So, I'm really curious to see how it ends. And I think there's been like a chapter or two out um, since the last chapter that he did. And I haven't checked those ones out, but I'm really curious. And then again, the Made in Abyss manga, because I really love the manga as well. I think at this point the anime is probably like pretty close to it, and I haven't caught up with the manga in a hot minute. I have like a big page on my notes app of all the manga I've read, and I keep like tabs of stuff. Um, But yeah, of like the last chapter I read, it's been a while since I've read Made in Abyss, so that'd be another one I'd want to like start. Like literally almost all these in the list, I would want to start again from the beginning. Um, and then Hoseki no Kuni, which is Land of the Lustrous, if you've ever seen that. It had one anime season, and that's what I watched. And I thought it was really cool. And then I read the manga, and I was like, oh my god, this is incredible. This is great. It really goes some places. And I think the chapter I left off on that I had like caught up to it a while ago, um, apparently was right before the creator went on a hiatus, and they like just recently came back from hiatus. So apparently there hasn't really been much else that I've missed, which is kind of crazy. But I think the creator is like planning on kind of finishing it soon, or that's what they're like coming back to do the final arc, um, something like that. But yeah, I highly recommend checking out the manga. It's really good. And then JoJo's Dang Kimi wa na Boken. Um, the JoJo's manga is fantastic, especially because I have no idea if we're gonna get a part 7, and that is easily my favorite part. I did not put my tier ranking for it because again, I've only read um I've only read parts 5, 6, 7, and 8. I haven't read all of the series, but I want to. I want to go back and like reread it all from the start because it's been a while. But yeah, Steel Ball Run Part 7 is like my favorite easily. It's so good, and I'm really really bummed that we might not get an anime version of it. Which I mean, I say that, and I still haven't really finished or watched most of Part 6 of the anime, even though that's like also one of my favorite parts. Um, excuse me. But yeah, I mean, I also understand like if they say that horses are like ungodly hard to animate, then it makes sense because that's the entire fucking story is a horse race across the U.S. So it makes sense. And then we have Tokyo Ghoul. I watched like the first 2 seasons, and then the whatever came after that, like Route A or something like that. Or I think that was maybe the second season. But anyway, I watched those, and then when he came back as Heisei, I don't think I watched any of that. I just read it all. And I think the manga is really good. I think especially because it sounds like my friend was telling me that he watched the last season and it was really rough because I guess they just glossed over like a ton of shit to end the anime, so it seemed like a little awkward and rushed. But yeah, I definitely recommend checking it out. I read through all of it from the beginning, even though I'd like seen the anime. It's really good. I like it. It's really tough. Like you almost have to fucking keep like a list of all the characters because there's so many people in it. That's the only downside. But otherwise, it's really good. And then Can You Just Die, My Darling? I don't know how I found this one. It's such a random manga. Maybe I saw like a panel of it on Twitter, and I was like, what the hell is it? Because it was just like really weird and gory and violent, and I was like, what is this? And then I read it, and I was like, yo, this is good. It's very dumb, but it's pretty great. It's very violent and like over the top and gory. So if you don't like that, I don't check it out. But if you do, highly check it out. It's great. it's literally it's literally about a virus that gives people like superhuman strength based on love. And all they want to do is murder their loved one in like the most horrible way. It's so weird. It's so funny. So literally like the main guy is in love with like his childhood friend, and there's that thing of like, well, it kind of seems like she likes him back, but he runs into this guy that has the virus, and of course he doesn't know it. And then all of a sudden, when he goes to like school the next day and he sees her, he's like just picturing all these horrible ways that he like wants to kill her, and that's it like shows it in the manga and stuff. And he's like, what the hell is that? Like he's just all he has is like the urge to murder her. And that's just like the whole series. And then he becomes, like a fucking he's the OP character. It's so good. And then of course, like, spoilers, but the girlfriend also has it, and she's like 1,000 times stronger than him. It's so good. Like, they make it out like, oh, he's this like OP character, and then it turns out the girl that he loved also loves him, and she's like 1,000 times stronger than him, and it's so good. And then Fairy Tale. I love Fairy Tale a lot. I think it's also kind of a memed thing, but Fairy Tale is really good. I really enjoy it. I read through all of it. I definitely think it's a little heinous manga. Honestly, dude. It's really good though. I like it. um but yeah, Fairy Tale's good. I enjoy it. It's a little dorky. I think the ending was kind of meh. It kind of, I don't know, kind of trailed off at the end there, but I think it was good. And then Medaka Box. Medaka Box is really good. I really want to reread through it. I wish it had more like anime, because I think the anime doesn't go very far, but um, that's a really neat series. I don't think I've seen many people talk about, but it's basically about a student council president named Medaka, and again, she is just like a god for no reason. She's it kind of is, it's more about like her charisma, and she's like, the student council president, so she wants to keep the school like running and good and all that shit. And then she just has these like crazy anime fights with like people that are trying to disrupt the order, like secret society shit going on behind her back. I don't know. It's been a long time since I've read it, but I really love it. And I have a figure of Madaka that I found in like a super random store in like Beppu. When I was going through, I saw like a little figure of her, and I was like, no way. I'm like, that's so random of a character to have a figure of, but like, it's great because Madaka Box is awesome. And then of course, any Junji Ito manga stuff is great. He is he's great. I don't know what else to add to that. He's a really good like horror artist, and some of his stuff really does get to me, which I think is great and really interesting as somebody who likes to write. Seeing how he's able to like produce that feeling in people, especially myself. But yeah, some of it's good. Some of it is just like gross. Like, I have a hard time dealing with it because I swear I have the stupid trypophobia, whatever that is, where it's like the weird like circular thing. Like, there's that flower that's got like these circles in it, and it like, I don't know. I remember my friend was telling me about it, and she showed me a picture of it, and I literally wanted to die. I was like, yeah, I have that because I don't want to see that. I hate that. And there's like a whole story about like these people going hollow, and they have all these big holes in them, and it like triggered that, and it was really hard to read. I hated it. But I would definitely say Uzumaki is probably my favorite story because he has a lot of like really fantastic short stories, and I have like some of those collections, and then I also have his bigger stuff. Like, Tomie is definitely his, I feel like, most popular. And Tomie is good, but the Uzumaki is easily my favorite. I think it's the best. And I'm very excited that Adult Swim is doing like a very interesting style anime version of it, where they're basically just animating the manga. Like, it's all black and white, and it looks very stylized. Like, it just looks exactly like his style. It's been a really long time since I've seen like the little trailer for it, or people talking about it, but so I have no idea like when or if that's like coming out. But I remember it was confirmed, like it's a thing that they were working on. So I'm really excited because Uzumaki is fantastic. Sorry, I know I'm going off more. It's fine. It doesn't matter. Who cares? I will probably. I don't know. I'm talking a lot, so um, I might not like play a game after this. I mean, I probably will myself, but I don't know if I'll play something on stream. I might be a little too tired after a week of severe depression and coming back and talking like nonstop. I have throat mints. I should probably take one of those, but anyway. So we have my favorite shows real people, as I call them, real people shows. Of course, It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, top tier favorite show ever. Um, Probably explains a lot of my humor, but yeah, I don't know. It's dumb, but like the like anti-humor stuff in it, and them playing like these complete idiot, like racist, homophobic, like pieces of shit is just so funny because it's the whole opposite thing. Like that's who they're portraying. Like none of them are like that in real life, but they're portraying these like dumbass people, and it's hilarious. And then Arrested Development is also very good. I recently Okay, I should really go to sleep now. Yes, Mizu, please go to sleep. It's okay. Don't worry. You can I can always let you know later. I can send you the list later. But yeah. Please get some sleep and have a good night. I love you. And thank you for coming by. um yeah, I recently watched the first 3 seasons of Arrested Development because obviously those are the best. The ones Netflix did are okay. It's been a while since I've watched 4, but I just remember hating 4. Um, and then of course they did 5. It's like the actual final season. Have a good stream. Love you too. Good night. Oh, okay. Bye bye. Good night, Mizu. But yeah, Arrested Development's super great. Will Arnett in that is fantastic. That's probably why I also love BoJack Horseman so much. It's just because of Will Arnett. He's great. But yeah, very funny show. And then of course Barry, which the final season is currently airing. It's halfway through, and the next episode is tomorrow night, and I'm fucking vibrating waiting for it because oh my god, please check out Barry. It's fucking incredible. It's easily just one of my favorite shows, and it's I think one of the best shows ever made. It's crazy. Like I literally got into Bill Hader from Saturday Night Live when he was on there with like Andy Samberg and stuff. And I was like, "Oh my god, this guy's so funny. Like he's great." And then he goes out and makes this incredible like dark comedy show. It's just so well written, so well shot, so well paced. Like the episodes are only 30 minutes. It's like an HBO like original series, but instead of the usual like hour kind of stuff that I feel like most HBO stuff is, it's a half hour. And so it's just like the pacing is just incredible. Like just, every scene there's something important happening, moving the story along with the characters. And so it just goes really well. I don't know how to say it, but it's great. And then Mr. Robot, which I will say some of the stuff in here, like I either haven't maybe watched in a while, but I have very fond memories of it, or like I haven't watched the entire series. And like Mr. Robot, obviously I should because it's like a very episodic thing, but I watched it I think right after season 2 aired, and then I was like trying to watch season 3 as it was coming out, and then I finally went back later and finished it because I don't think I did. And then I think season 4 is the final one. Like I know the show's done, but whatever the final season was, I don't think I've ever watched it. But that's also an incredible show. Really, really well done, really well acted. Some really great stuff about mental health that's really fascinating. I mean, I guess maybe not so much about it, but um yeah, I don't know, just some really interesting stuff. And then of course What We Do in the Shadows, the show, which you'll see right next to me is also the movie. Because I watched that a long time ago, and it's just a hilarious movie. So the fact they made a show was so exciting, and then the show's just been insanely good. Like I don't know, like you think a show they made years later with like a similar premise, like it's a different cast, but it's like the same premise, and like the main cast did come back for like some cameos and stuff, but yeah, just hilarious, just so like perfect humor for me, especially. Like I feel like it just hits my humor perfectly. But it's a great show. Highly recommend watching the movie and then going and watching the show because they're both so funny. And then Channel Zero, which is again something I haven't finished. I don't know if there's more than the 4 seasons out. I hope they're still making it because it's really great. But really, 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 really good horror anthology series. I got a good way through season 3, which was about like cannibal ghosts, gods, things in this town, and I'm very much the like ADHD person that has to like be eating when I watch something, or well, I put something on when I eat, but then I have a really hard time keeping like my focus on it. Like once I'm done eating and I'm just sitting there watching it because then I want to like do something with my hands or whatever. Um, so the problem is that it was about cannibals and the set design is horrible. It's so realistic. So they're just like eating, all this like human parts and shit. And as much as I love blood and gore, it was really hard for me to like eat watching that. So I kind of stopped watching that season and I have not finished it. And then there was a season after it that I haven't seen it at all. But the first 2 seasons that I did finish and watch through are so good. Highly, highly, highly recommend checking it out and just watching at least the first season. I think season 2 took me a while to get into, but by the time it finished, I really loved it because it's just a very different vibe. And the stuff they kind of throw at you in season 1 is like I was kind of expecting similar stuff in season 2, but then it was different. Which I mean, it's an anthology, so each season is a totally different story. But kind of with like set design and like as you can see, I put the picture up here is the 4 seasons of Channel Zero. The Tooth Child in the bottom left is insane. I don't know how they made it. I think it's a real. I don't think it's CG. So they made some kind of like suit of teeth because he's literally called the Tooth Child. It's horrible. It looks crazy. And there's a lot of other horrible creatures that are like realistic. They actually made. So again, going back to like how good the set design in this show is. So there wasn't as much of that in season 2 because it's more of like mental horror stuff. But like I said, by the time it kept going and like finished, I was like, oh my god, okay, this is like fantastic. So I really, really want to go through, maybe rewatch the other seasons. I don't know. They're still in my brain pretty good, but I definitely want to watch season 3 and 4 for sure. But yeah, if you like horror stuff, like highly recommend that. I feel like it's a really underrated show. I feel like I haven't heard enough people talk about Channel Zero, so I want to spread awareness. And then like I was talking about earlier, Ghost Adventures. Both Ghost Adventures and Mountain Monsters are very much like guilty pleasure shows. Ghost Adventures more because I actually really do like ghost stuff and like I believe in ghosts and shit. But then it's a guilty pleasure more because like I know it's mostly bullshit. And there's a lot of people that have come out and like worked on the show and have been like it's total bullshit. So, but yeah, it's they're both very fun. Mountain Monsters especially, like sitting like watching it with some friends or something is really fun because it's so. That one's a very different. It's like hunting like cryptids basically, mostly. Yeah. But yeah, Mountain Monsters is very funny. It's like yeah, it's basically rednecks hunting cryptids in the woods. That's the premise. So I highly recommend it. It's really funny. It's very entertaining. And then of course the Eric Andre show, which is also a very formative thing of my humor. I don't know. I've tried to watch Nathan For You, and I've had a really hard time because of like the social stuff, And like sometimes with my social anxiety, I have a really hard time watching people like do that kind of like public humiliation stuff almost. But for some reason Eric Andre, I can watch him do the most insane shit in public and just laugh. And it's just so funny cuz maybe because I know that he's just doing it to be insane and just kind of seeing people's reactions. But like the fucking Kellogg's bit is still like one of my favorite things ever in existence. It's so good. Um but yeah, Eric Andre just kills it. And I think the only reason I have a hard time getting into Nathan For You is because he plays it so straight. I still don't think he's ever said if it's all like paid actors or if it's like real people. And so I think that's the problem is I can't tell if the people he's fucking with are just like genuine. Like they just think something's going on. Like, he tells them some reason why the camera crew's there, but they're just like normal people. So I have a really hard time watching it, but it seems great. Um, and then also Danger 5, a show I have not watched in a long time, and I have no idea where you could even watch it now, but so dumb and funny. It's great. It's literally about a team of 5 people called Danger 5, an elite crew that are trying to kill Hitler. And it's great. That's all you need to know. Go watch it. Okay, and then we have my favorite shows, Cartoon People. And so we kind of have like actual cartoons, and then I split on the side over there. I put like the whatever you'd call it, like adult cartoons. But anyway, one of my favorites is Amphibia. Another show again, like what was I talking? Oh, Mob Psycho. I have not watched the last episode of Amphibia. I know what happens, and I've kind of already seen like spoilers of stuff, but I still haven't like seen the full thing, so I still don't know everything. But I know the basic premise, and I just know it's gonna destroy me. Like it's just gonna be so sad because it's just an incredible show for like a Disney kid show. It's so good. Yeah, highly recommend it. It's fantastic. And then Adventure Time. I mean, Adventure Time's like a meme, not like a meme, but it's really good. I watched it when I was younger when it first came out, and that was like it was like the random humor kind of shit, and just really weird. But then I started watching it maybe like halfway through the series. I mean, I've seen the first couple seasons like so many times, but my exes were watching it, and so I started watching it with them around like halfway through the series, and like oh my god, like the places. Where's Pop Team Epic? Shrew, I'm sorry. A classic anime. I Pop Team Epic is also very good. Um but yeah, the places Adventure Time goes is insane. Like it's really great. Not only like the characters and world building like is actually really awesome, but some of like the existential stuff and just like stuff about humanity. Like I don't know, it's crazy. It's crazy where it goes, but it's really good. And then of course Gravity Falls. I feel like that one's pretty well known. Everybody knows that show rules. And then Steven Universe, another one I feel like people know is very good. Very like queer inspired because literally the whole thing is basically about being trans and also a lot of poly stuff. So it's very good. I started watching it when it first came out because I was like very into the like Adventure Time regular show stuff. So I was like, oh cool, new animated Cartoon Network show. It looks neat. And I really liked it, and I liked the soundtrack, how it was all like piano pretty much. Even like fight scenes was all like upbeat piano, however you would describe that, but it was really good. Um, and then yeah, I watched maybe like the first season, I think, the first like 50 episodes, which 50 being, like the actual like 10-minute episodes, because that's like the time limit. Um, but yeah, and then so we went through, I watched I watched it from the start with my exes, and finally, because like I said, I hadn't finished it, and I didn't at that point, like I had heard like, oh, it's like very queer coded basically. And of course when I started watching it a long time ago, like I had no idea that's what it was about. But yeah, it's really good, really really good. And then of course everybody's favorite, My Little Pony: Friendship is Magic. Yes, in high school I started watching it, and I was a brony for like a while. I would still say it's a good show. It's really fun. Very good music. I think the characters and writing are good, even though it's like a kid show with like kid lessons. There's definitely some stuff in there that is very much like more like adult problem solving kind of shit, you know? Um, I don't. I think I've only seen like the first 3 seasons. Um, because I think I can't remember if it was season 2 or 3. After that is when Lauren Foss, the creator of it, left. And the rest of the team was still working on it, but I think I watched some of like season 4 and then I stopped. But I think the series is like over now. I don't know. I think they started like a new My Little Pony series, but I have not finished Friendship is Magic, but I love it. And then of course Over the Garden Wall. Um, I want to say it's like a cult classic, but I feel like a lot of people know about it. But if you have never watched Over the Garden Wall, please check it out. It's fantastic. And then of course the original Powerpuff Girls fucking rules. It's very good. I don't know. It's fun. It's some of it especially is really funny to see like what Craig McCracken was able to get away with like that long ago. But it's awesome. And then so yeah, on the other side, I put like my adult ones. So Futurama, I would put probably under like It's Always like almost one of my favorite shows or my favorite show like ever. Futurama is just fucking hilarious. And again, like take Futurama and take It's Always Sunny, and like you have my humor, down. Um, but yeah, Futurama is just so funny. Um, and yeah, if it's something that you've like heard of or you've seen the memes from it and you've never watched it, I would give it a shot. It's great. It's way funnier to actually watch it than like see a meme from it. And then also King of the Hill. King of the Hill is really funny. I didn't think I was gonna like it that much. And when I started it, I was kind of like about it. Um, but it's really funny. It's really great. It's like a similar thing to like It's Always Sunny, of like the characters are these Texas, you know, like conservative redneck kind of characters, but they're kind of like this like there to be laughed at, I guess, kind of sort of. But then also like, Hank Hill also has some very based takes. And so I don't know. There's just some good stuff in it. It's very funny. Fuck Peggy Hill though. I I really have a hard. That was like, I think I stopped watching it for a while, and then eventually went back and watched the last couple seasons. Because I got to a Peggy Hill episode and I stopped. She bothers me so much. I hate her, but the rest of it's good. Dale Gribble is like a fucking. He's my favorite character, and he's also just like one of the best characters ever. He's so dumb. Okay, and then we have my favorite movies. I'm probably gonna talk about these, and then I'm gonna take a quick potty break, and then we'll probably blast through the music. Maybe, hopefully, we'll see. I will probably also talk about that a lot as well. But anyway, my favorite movie of all time, easily, is The Nightmare Before Christmas. Very much my aesthetic. Not something I thought I would like because it's a musical, but of course now I've like gotten more into theater and musicals and stuff. So maybe I knew back then, but Nightmare Before Christmas is so good. It's just a really fun movie. I really love the concept. Like Halloween's my favorite holiday, and so I love like all of the creativity and all that stuff, and I think it's really cool. I don't know. I don't know what else to tell you. Hopefully everybody's seen it, but it's great. And then any of the John Wick films. They're all fucking awesome. I still have not seen 4 because I'm a fool. I don't even know if it's still in theaters, but sippy. Um, yeah, if you haven't watched the John Wick movies, please check them out. They are so fucking cool. I it's just such a funny universe. It's a universe where everybody's an assassin and everybody just wants to kill John Wick. But then John Wick, he's just so good. I don't know what you're planning on doing, but it's not going to be killing John Wick because he's too good. And then the original Nightmare on Elm Street. I love the Nightmare on Elm Street series. I have the like whole Blu-ray collection set of all of them. I really like a lot of them, like especially Dream Warriors, which I feel like is also the other like most popular one. But Dream Warriors, which is 3, I think, is also really great. But the original Nightmare on Elm Street is one of my favorite movies ever. It's so good. It's really fun. Some of the effects, I guess. Yeah, like the effects. Some of the effects they use and some of the stuff they did do not hold up today, but a lot of it is really great and it's really fun. And then Evil Dead 1 and 2, because they're a combo, basically. They're like a back-to-back watching. Excuse me. They're awesome. They're really, really great. Sam Raimi fucking rules. I love his directing. Especially in those. Like maybe not as much today. Like I mean, there's some good stuff in the Spider-Man movies because of course I love the Sam Raimi Spider-Mans a lot. But yeah, Evil Dead 1 and 2 are fantastic. They have really great cinematography and it's just really good horror stuff. Yeah. And then the What We Do in the Shadows movie. So yeah, that was like years before the show. So yeah, it's been a while. It's like 2012 or something. I don't remember, 2011 maybe when it came out. But it's super super funny. Yeah, just really over the top, really dumb. It's literally a mockumentary about vampires, so it's very funny. And then Donnie Darko, of course. Talk about emo. It's been a little while since I've seen it, but I've watched it a bunch of times and I really enjoy it. I think because it's just so weird. And of course I'll say that like I like it cuz it's weird, but I like it cuz it's weird. And I also really enjoy some of the weird time travel and like spatial dimension stuff. It's really dumb, but like it rules. I think it's really fun. And then of course any of the Jordan Peele hits, Get Out, Us, and Nope. I've seen them all. I think Us is the only one I've seen a couple of times because I really love that one. Which again is probably because it's way more horror, straight horror, and like very bloody and gory and stuff. But um, I just really the concept for that one too is really really cool. But they're obviously all very what would you call it? I don't I don't know. I'm losing brain power as I continue to do this. But I don't know. They're really great. And I'm even as like somebody who's like extremely white, it's they're really interesting to see from like his perspective and stuff about we live in a society kind of shit. No. Just stuff about like society as a black person is really interesting. Um Especially with Nope. I was I don't know. I don't know what I was expecting from Nope. Cuz like seeing Get Out and then seeing Us, then he's had 2 movies, then you kind of get a feel of like, okay, this is where he's going. Like this is kind of the stuff he's doing. So I didn't really know what to expect with Nope, but then watching it and kind of sitting on it and kind of reading some stuff about it, and then I was like, oh my, yeah, of course. Like it's just insane and incredible. But yeah, any of his stuff, I highly recommend it. And then Star Wars, of course. I love the Star Wars movies so much. Episode 6, Empire. Oh my God, Last Jedi. No, oh my God, Return of the Jedi. Jesus Christ, my brain. Um, That is my favorite. Uh, I know like it kind of gets memed on for all like the spreading plot stuff as it goes, but I don't know. The final confrontation between Luke and the Emperor and a lot of other stuff in it, like even the Ewoks and shit. I really love it. Um, but yeah, the OG series, of course, is just incredible and fantastic. Really, really good. And then the prequels are also good. That was kind of more what I grew up with. I think maybe I had seen the originals when I was really young, and then I watched the prequels like as they came out, and I thought they were so cool because, I was a child. And now it's like I still kind of like them because they're just like bad. They're like funny bad, They're like that good spot. Um, and then I don't know. I still really don't know where I sit on the new ones. They're fine. They're okay. Episode 8 is pretty good. I like that one. Um, yeah, and then Cabin in the Woods, super great horror movie. Definitely, it's I think really popular because it does a fun thing with the genre. It's a very good twist of the genre. Good horror movie, horror comedy, basically. And then Into the Spider Verse. It's fucking incredible. Amazing story and writing and characters, just so hits so good. Really, really, really well done. Especially being like a huge, Marvel shit. I'm like, I don't know. I'm very burnt out of the Marvel stuff. When I was younger and they were coming out, and I had like a big group of friends in high school that we could go out and watch them with, I would do that. But now that I'm old and I never go to the movie theater and shit, I do not care. And I'm like so behind on all of them. And yeah, I'm at the point where I don't really care. So Into the Spider-Verse being this like incredibly creative and great thing was really surprising. But then of course it like bombed, like it didn't do that well at the theater, which is so sad. But the fact that it's getting a new one coming out like in a month or something like that, like really soon, I'm so excited for. Um because yeah, it's just really great. I'm really, really excited to see where the team goes with it, and hopefully keep making some of them. Maybe not like over the top, like making so many of them, but something like that. And then also Mad Max Fury Road. I mean, it's a great movie. I haven't seen any of the original Mad Max movies, but Fury Road is such an awesome movie. And yeah, of course, like as a movie person, I really enjoy it because of like the whole um like realistic stuff, like hardly any of it was like CG. There was CG in it, but it was mostly all practical effects and vehicles and all the stunts and shit. So I do think that's really cool, but I also think it's just a fun, not really fun, like mostly depressing, but really good post-apocalypse story. Um, yeah. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna go start off with music because that's pretty much all the rest of this is. But I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick, and I will be right back. Hello, hello. I'm back. I popped a thingy in my mouth because, oh my god, this is the most I've talked in, well, in the last week, but like, oh my god, I've been talking so much. So my throat hurts. um, okay, and then yeah, on to music. My favorite genre is absolutely punk rock, like metal, screamo-y shit. Very edgy. But yeah, I listed a bunch of my favorite artists, and I put little pictures of some of my favorite albums, and yeah, I'm trying to think of like what I could even do. like, like in my brain, I'm not really sure where my idea for this was. You know, like what I wanted to go through with this. Well, like mostly, I think I just want to introduce people to more music, especially stuff that like I listen to for sure. But um, if somebody's like interested in the genre, or maybe doesn't know that much, but again, I feel like most of this is pretty popular bands. So um, yeah, Alexis on Fire, fucking rules. Uh, for a really long time, Crisis was my favorite album of theirs. But I've been listening to their first two albums a lot more, and their first album, the self-titled one, is kind of good. And by kind of, I mean extremely. It's really fucking fantastic. Uh, excuse me. No friggin' Dawn in the modal notes. Dude, I've been playing a bunch of the Lego Star Wars Complete Saga. You may or may not do a quest to get the modal nodes' instruments back. There's a side quest to do it, and you may or may not unlock friggin' Dawn as a playable character. Where's the Jizz Whaler love? It's true, dude. Max Rebo. Wait, is Max? Yeah, Max Rebo's the Jizz Whaler. um, but yeah, Alexis on Fire is great. Very classic, like punk rock shit. Um, they actually recently had an album come out like last year, which I'm like really excited. Max Rebo will return next time. Um, yeah, there's a couple of bands on here, like on my list that I've been listening to forever, that have stopped making music a long time ago, but then actually are like making music again, which is really cool. So yeah, like Alexis on Fire's last album came out in like 2009, I think, or maybe 2011. And then in 2022, they fucking put out a new album. Extremely cool. And then Asking Alexandria, of course. I feel like they're like a very well-known punk rock band. But their album From Death Till Destiny is easily one of my favorite albums of all time. It's fantastic. Um, excuse me, I'm gonna be slurpy. And then Attack Attack, which in parentheses says US on my music, on my iTunes, my Apple Music. So I assume there's a non-US Attack Attack, but I'm talking about the US Attack Attack, which is good. Um, and then August Burns Red, which really Constellations, the album I have on here, is one of my favorite. Well, is my favorite of theirs and like one of my favorite albums ever. But it's really one of the only ones I've listened to of theirs. I used to listen to a lot more of their albums, but I don't like now. Whenever I try to go and be like, oh, I should listen to other stuff, because they've been like putting out a lot of albums. As the years have gone on, they're still making shit, and I don't know. I just always want to check them out, but then I'm just like, but I could just listen to Constellations because it's like their best album. So, and then we also have Bless the Fall. It's a very classic. I feel like I'll say that for a couple of these. They're like the very classic, like 2000s or like early 2010s, like punk rock shit. That's them. But they have some really good stuff. Their album Hollow Bodies is fucking fantastic. And then, of course, Bring Me the Horizon, another like I feel like very well known punk rock band. Um, yeah, Sempiternal is easily one of my favorites of all time. And also like If There Is a Heaven, what it's If There's a Heaven. What is the album name? It's if no, it's not. Okay, that's what I'm getting. It's not if. It's There Is a Heaven. Let's keep it a secret. There is a hell. Believe me, I've seen it, or something like that. I can't. The last one's wrong. Anyway, that album's also very good. And honestly, all their other stuff, even the album that people were like so mad about because Holly Sykes fucked up his vocal cords and couldn't scream anymore, so they made like a chill, like electronic rock album, and it was really good. It ruled, and people were so sad about it. And it's like whatever. But he's obviously doing better because he is now screaming again in their newest album, which is fantastic. And then we have the Color Morale, which I think is I don't think one people have heard of as much, but I really really love it. They're a fantastic band in general. I like their stuff. It's very like sappy kind of lyrics. I don't really know how to describe it. Excuse me, but they're very like the album I have pictured here, which is my favorite of theirs, called No Hope. It's stuff like that. It's either lyrics about like overcoming the odds and like like oh friendship will win the day kind of shit. Like that's basically their lyrics, and it's great. I love it. Um, and then of course A Day to Remember, absolute classic banger. Again, late 2000s, early 2010s classics. And then Destroy Boys, which I could have probably put more in like alternative indie stuff, but I feel like they're going for that punk rock vibe. They're pretty new. Somebody I follow on Twitter like was talking about them, and then I looked them up and realized that one of their songs is in the Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1 and 2 remake. And I was like, oh shit, I know this. Yeah, if you play that game and you like the song Duck Eat Duck World, I'm pretty sure that's the song that's in there. Highly recommend them. They're fantastic. It's just a little trio, and they're great. And I like the lead singer; she's great, and she also sings in Spanish, which is really cool. Yeah, please check them out. They're awesome. And then for all those sleeping, I feel like this was like a little band I found from one of the Punk Goes Pop albums. Which, if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm fucking talking about. Uh, and I really liked their first album, and then a while ago, when I was like going through my Apple Music, kind of trying to get a lot of stuff that used to be on my iPod, because of course I had my iPod Touch for a really long time, along with like my phone. And then now that I've like had an iPhone for a while, I finally have kind of switched over to that. And then my mom has like a family plan, so I was like, oh, I could use that because fuck Spotify. I will go on a rant about Spotify. No, my rant is basically that they pay their artists nothing, and they're like the worst platform for music, and none of them are great besides like Bandcamp, but Apple Music at least pays a lot more to their artists for listens, and they also treat their artists with respect. So shout out. But anyway, yeah. So I remembered really loving their album, their like first album, and then I saw they had two more, and I was like, oh shit, okay. And then they haven't really made anything for a while, but their second album is actually really good. I can't think of the name, but it's a very good Angie album. The whole album is just very angry, big like fuck you energy. So I like listening to that when I'm mad. And then we have In Flames, which is a fucking German metal band that's been going on since like the 80s. I've never listened to their stuff before like the mid 2000s, so I don't know if it was like actually in German. But everything from the mid 2000s on has all been in English, but they're still going. They just released an album this year, like in February, and I've been listening to it a lot. It's really good. The opener is literally just about how the world is in a slow decay. Like the world is not ending in a big flash and boom and gone. The world is fucking dying slowly, and it's so true. But you see, I have here on the screen A Sense of Purpose, which is my favorite album of theirs. It's fantastic. I've been listening to it since like middle school because it came out in like 2008. But yeah, they're great. I definitely haven't listened to a lot of their like kind of middle stuff between then from like 2010 on. I've listened to a little bit of their albums, but yeah, their newest one I actually really enjoy. And then of course Linkin Park, absolute classic punk rock. Hybrid Theory is still one of my favorite albums like ever. It's really fantastic. And like Meteora and Minutes to Midnight, their first three are pretty much all I've really ever listened to of theirs. Because I think after that's when they went more like pop rock kind of stuff, and I like I didn't like it as much. And then sadly, Chester is not with us anymore. So, but yeah, Hybrid Theory is just really good. And yeah, any of their first three albums are fantastic. And then we have Of Mice and Men, which you'll see on all of my music. There's a good chunk of bands that are just named after books. But yeah, Of Mice and Men is really good. God, I can't think of the name of the album. Because just like thinking of the pictures of the albums, it's all the same thing. It's just their logo in the middle with like something around it. But yeah, there's one album in particular they have that's really great. Also their first album. Because I'm trying to think, like, let me look. So, Asking Alexandria, For All Those Sleeping, Linkin Park, Of Mice and Men, Pierce the Veil, A Skylit Drive, and We Came as Romans. So all those on the list I've literally been listening to since their first album. Like, because most of them came out like the end of the 2000s. So I was in like middle school, early high school, and that's like really when I got into this genre. And yeah, so a lot of them I've been listening to since then, and most of them still make music. Like again, like In Flames, but We Came as Romans just had an album come out this year as well, like a few months ago, and it's also still really good. And yeah, it's kind of back and forth. If some of them kind of slow down a little bit, which Asking Alexandria is doing, and I am kind of bummed about it. I really love their older stuff, which obviously I can listen to like their first three albums because their first three albums are just incredible. And then after that, it kind of has that bit of a dive down. Which I mean the Black doesn't, and then their self-titled still is going pretty good, but I think House on Fire and their newest one, which I can't remember the name of, their newest one definitely is way more just like rock. There's not really any like screamo stuff in it, which is a little sad. But it is what it is, and obviously they're getting older, and it's probably tougher to do, but it's a little sad. But anyway, yeah, Of Mice and Men is very good. Check them out. Parkway Drive is like a newer band I found actually. And they're like metal and they fucking rule. Their album Reverence, I don't know if that was the first one I listened to. But it's definitely my favorite of theirs. It's really good. I like some of their other stuff. Their other albums, but yeah, Reverence is fantastic. Highly recommend it if you're into like metal stuff. And then of course Pierce the Veil, classic. I feel like that is very much the essence of like emo kind of punk rock shit. Um, but yeah, actually, yeah. Speaking of Tony Hawk games, that's also what got me into Pierce the Veil because their song "I'd Rather Die Than Be Famous" was in Project Underground. I think it was. I don't know. I don't remember which one it is, but I have it on the 360. It's one of the Tony Hawk games on the 360, and I was so obsessed with it. I played it so many times. Um, but yeah, their song was on it, and I really loved it because it was like very screamo-y, and I was like, "Yo!" And so yeah, I got that album, and then I've been listening to them since. And they put 4 albums out in pretty good succession, and then they've had like a good chunk of years, and then they just had one come out like last month, um, which was really exciting. But then again, it's like it's way less screamo-y, and I think my first listen, I was really bummed because the first 2 songs start off really hard and they're screamo-y, and then after that it really dies down. But then of course I listened to it more. I was like, okay, no, this is like a fantastic album. And literally the last 2 songs on it are some of my favorites now, and they're like so slow. But it's very much that like emo-y type sad boy lyrics. But they're really really great. Um, and then of course Rise Against, which is like having like Rise Against and System of a Down and stuff on here was literally like my favorite shit in middle school. And it's so funny to think of because like at that point, I was still in a very much like conservative Christian household, so I was not thinking about burning down the establishment, but then I was listening to all the shit like that. Um, but now I want to, and now I really love a lot of their stuff. But yeah, Rise Against I've been listening to for a very long time, and I don't know, I really haven't given their newer stuff a try, but their first handful of albums are really really good. Highly recommend. And then Scary Kids, Scaring Kids, is I feel like a band I love for more attention. Um, they actually again, this is another one that had two. They basically only had 2 albums in like 2009 and like 2011. And I'm gonna sneeze again. God damn, sorry. Um, they had 2 albums come out like a long ass time ago, or like maybe 2007, 2010, something like that. And then nothing until like last year, like maybe end of last year. They had an album come out. And it's really weird. I really want to do like some research on it because basically it's every song features somebody, so every song has a different singer. So I'm really curious if. Damn, sorry, that was loud. Excuse me, slurping. My throat lozenge is almost gone. So, uh, oh god, it was like stuck to my cheek. Oh, I should have been moving that around. Um, yeah, it's really weird. So I don't know. I'm really curious if something happened to the lead singer, if he's not around anymore, or if he didn't want to like come back with the band. So I'm really curious how a band with the name like made a new album because it's under the same name and it's considered like part of their band. So it's really interesting. But yeah, their first 2 albums are just fucking awesome. They're so good. The City Sleeps in Flames is a great album. Highly, highly recommend it if you're into this kind of music. Um, yeah, they deserve more attention. And then Sick Puppies. Sick Puppies is a very weird name for a very good band. They're a lot more kind of punk rock, like less screamo and more just like angsty rock. Wait, does my cat one out? Oh, okay. Sorry, 1 second. I'm gonna let Kuro out. Okay, sorry. I'm back. She did the classic cat thing where I opened the door and then she just stood there. She just sat where she was sitting and just stared out the door, and I'm like, honey, please, please just go out so I can close the door again. Um, or say, oh yeah, blah, blah, blah. Sick Puppies is really good. The album I have on here, Tripolar, is really really good. Very much just like good angsty rock shit. I really love it. Um, yeah, I mostly just listen to the album. I've listened to a couple of their other albums, and there's some really good stuff. And then I don't know if they've had an album come out in a long time, but like their newest, like the last album they did, excuse me, I remember giving it a listen, and I was really surprised because it's almost more like screamo-y. And I was like, whoa, okay, this is awesome. Um, but yeah, if it sounds interesting, I definitely check out Tripolar. It's really great. And then Skylit Drive is a really good one. It's a classic punk rock band. Again, very like 2000s, early 2010s shit. Um, their album Wires and the Concept of Them is definitely my favorite. Highly check that one out. It's really good. And then their first like album question mark. I can't remember what it's called. It's something else that's like a weird long title, but the that was obviously their first time doing something like that. Maybe not that, but like I don't know how to say it nicely, but it's like obviously compared to their other albums, the sound quality is like so different. But I really, really, really like their first album. Because it's so screamo-y. It's so good. Um, yeah. And then of course System of a Down, absolute classic. Yeah, something I was jamming out to in middle school, and then, you know, didn't really realize what the hell most of it was about. But now I do. Um, but yeah, their basically dual album, Mesmerize, Hypnotize, is just fucking incredible. It's so so good. I really love Toxicity as well. It's really good. But yeah, I don't know. Nothing will be Mesmerize, Hypnotize to me, at least. It's really great. And then also We Came as Romans is really good. They're another one I feel like isn't as well known. But yeah, I've literally been listening to since their first album. I think again from Punk Goes Pop. I think they were in one of those, the early ones, and I found them and started listening to them. Um, yeah, they're great. They're just classic punk rock. I think it's like Brothers started it. So I think the brothers are the lead singers too. Like one of them sings and one of them screams, and then they have a band. It's pretty good. Check it out. Okay, yeah. So that's like my favorite genre, and those are some of my favorite bands. There's definitely a handful of other ones that I listen to, or like some that I've kind of found newer that I'm still like deciding, if they're good. But yeah. And then here's all my Japanese stuff. This one I'll definitely um probably talk about because obviously you can see I did some explanation because they're like different genres. I kind of just put all the Japanese stuff together. Um, but anyway, one of my all-time favorite bands, absolutely fucking incredible, is Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Again, another one based off of a book, and yeah, they're like electronic metal Japanese band. Like I you really just have to like try and give them a listen if you're into like screamo shit. Um but they just have like so much energy. Like if I could ever make music, which I would love to. I would love to make screamo shit. But oh, I forgot to highlight Ado. Wow, we're looking at typo or design flaws in real time. Um, yeah, they just have so much energy and it's so chaotic. It's just pure chaotic energy, and I love it. Um, yeah, and then as you can see, I forgot to highlight the artist name or bold it or whatever, but Ado, Otto, I'm not sure how you pronounce it. Um, I think she's pretty new. She did the One Piece film Red soundtrack. Um, which fuck, I still haven't seen that movie. Oh my god, that makes me realize I really need to see that movie. I have not seen Red yet, but yeah, she had an album come out a little while ago, like last year, I think. And yeah, Odo in it is such a banger. It's so good. It's like Japanese, like pop rock, but with like Latin infusion. It's really like that song especially is really great. But the rest of it's kind of like alternative rock stuff. But yeah, it's really great. I'm really excited to see kind of more stuff from her because yeah, she just had the album come out. I don't know. I haven't done research. Like maybe she was a lead singer for some other band and now she's kind of like doing her own thing. And then Baby Metal, of course. What is there to say? Absolute classic. You know, three an idol group of three gals, but instead of cutesy pop idol music, it's just fucking metal. So good. I really love them. They're great. And then Kelmiko, highly recommend Kelmiko. They're really fun to listen to. Um, it's if you can see the album Power, it's literally just those two gals and they rap and I mean like kind of rap or like alternative kind of music shit. And then if you've seen the anime Keep Your Hands Off Ezukin, they were the ones that did the opening for that. And I mean that's how I found them because I was like that's a cool song. And then I must have like watched it on YouTube or something because then I got recommended some of their other songs, like other music videos, and I just wound up watching one and I was like, oh wow, this is great because like I liked the opening they did, but I actually liked the ending for the anime more. Um, and I was like, it's good, but then I started listening to some of their other songs and I was like, wow, okay, I like this way more than that. Like they got really good shit. Um, So yeah, if you were like me, or if that sounds fun of just like chill, chill funky rap stuff, highly recommend Kelmiko. They're awesome. And then Fake Type. Fake Type is also really good. It's kind of the same thing except two guys instead of two gals. But they make like really weird, like funk kind of not really funk, but like kind of rap stuff, but it's just very funky. I don't know. I really love it. Um, they're really fun. And then Giocho, who did the opening for the Junji Ito anime, which I feel like was a very poorly received thing, which is really weird. I really enjoyed it. Um, but it seems like a lot of people that liked his, really love his stuff seem to really hate it. So I don't. Maybe I'm missing something. I don't know. But I liked it. And they did the opening for it, and that's where I like really fell in love with them because it was a great opening. Was it the opening? Maybe it was the ending. I can't remember. Um, but yeah, they did a really. I really like that song, and then yeah, I should have put one album, but I did very weird spacing on this. But one of their albums I really love, and it's definitely something I like listening to a lot if I am like writing, because I really just like listening to chill stuff that's mostly instrumental, which I think most of their stuff is. There's some singing. There's a gal that sings, but it's like really peaceful and chill. So if that sounds good, highly recommend Gyocho. And then we have Toe, which is they are instrumental. But they are pretty chill. But then some of their stuff is a lot more upbeat. It's not like something to like fall asleep to, but if you want some nice background music, it's really good. And Yeah, some of their songs are really really awesome. They like, start off really slow and pretty, and then they actually get some like guitar and more like rock rhythm going into it. But yeah, they're really cool. And then Subaki Factory. So this is like a really random story, but I my second trip to Japan, my last one I went when I was there, I spent like the 3 months that I can, which I think actually my mom sent me something that they might have changed the visa stuff, but basically it seems like for US to Japan, um, basically you can either do the 90-day visa, which is just a tourist visa, like you don't have to do anything for that, or a work visa, which is being like fully hired by a company and having them fill out all this paperwork for you to live there, basically full time, I think. But it sucks because a lot of other countries like Canada, Australia, the UK, and stuff. Because I met a lot of people from those locations that had the working holiday, which was like you could stay 6 months to a year, and you just had to like fill out a little thing, and I think pay like $100 or something. Um, so anyway, kind of a bummer. I could only spend like 3 months there, but I've done that twice now. So my second trip, I stayed in Tokyo at the place. My first trip, I basically stayed in a different place each month, and the place I stayed the last month, right outside of Tokyo, I went to again and stayed there for the full 3 months because there's just so much shit in Tokyo. Um, and so I was really determined that time. I like wanted to see a little idol group concert, not like a full studio, but I know they do some in like not really street performances, but they do them in places. And so there's the really rad mall called Sunshine City in Ikebukuro, and I went there a ton because it's got a One Piece store, a Pokemon store, and what was the other one? There's another store that I constantly went to there, and it had one of the little Pokemon cafes. It was really cute. And so yeah, I was like looking up little idol concerts like in Tokyo just to try to find one, and I randomly found this group. They did a performance in Sunshine City. It was super cool. They had so many signs up that was like no videos, no photography or anything. So I do not have any videos of it. I have a video of like before the concert happened, and there's like a big, screen like in the middle of the mall, and then it's like uh the floors go up, and so there's like the big glass railing around it, and basically there's like the stage there, and so that's where they performed, and I was on like I think the second or third floor. And some guy that was obviously like a fan of them had like a bunch of their stuff. Was really sweet and like let me like go up next to him. He like brought me up next to him, like right next to the railing, so I could actually like see them. Um, it was really cute, and yeah, they were really good. They were really cute. It was really really fun to like see an idol concert live. There's a lot of really negative stuff about idols that I really don't like. Um, but I can see kind of the cutesy aspects of it. I can see how it's really fun, and it is it's really fun to watch. Um, it was really cute to see them do their little interim things. I mean, my Japanese is horrible, so like I can only understand bits and pieces. But like they were talking about like Pokemon Go. Like one of them was talking about how they've gotten really back into it because they were just talking about like, oh, what have you been up to lately? And one of them was like, fucking Pokemon Go, I'm catching them all. It was really funny. Um, but yeah, like it's just a really random, you know, idol group. But if that story is entertaining or anything, you should go check them out. They have some really good bops for sure. And and then we also have Wednesday Campanella, which, as you can see, I am screaming at you to please check them out. Um, she, I want to say she, but it's a group, and then the whole time it's been the singer, and then she recently left. I don't really know why, but I saw it on Twitter. And then they had a new gal come in, and so it's basically the same exact music because the rest of it's all the same. They just changed the singer gal, but she has a really same vibe. It's still kind of like pop rap stuff, and she has a really similar voice, and it's like I still really love it. Like I was really nervous to give it a shot, but when the album came out a little while after it came out, I finally listened to it and I was like, "Oh my god, like no, this is really good." Like I was really shocked. So the album right next to my head is called Superman, and that's my favorite of theirs. It's the original singer gal, but that album is just fucking incredible. It's perfect. And then the album right next to it is the new gal, and I love her. She's very, uh, I love her style. It's very crazy. She also has snake bites, so it's cool to see a Japanese person with snake bites. Um, but yeah, I don't just all their stuff, all their albums are really great, and I would highly recommend them if you like kind of J-pop stuff. Wednesday Campanella fucking rules. Uh, and then Passcode. Passcode's really cool. I really need to listen to more of their stuff, but basically they were on like Apple Music. How if you go down on like a band's page, if you scroll down, you'll see like a similar artist kind of thing. And so Passcode was on there, and I saw the little band picture, and I saw it was all girls, and so it was for Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Because I was like, I if there's more like electronic screamo bands, Japanese like electronic screamo bands, like I really want to listen to them. So I was looking into similar artists for them, and that was like Passcode was one of the first ones, and I saw it was women, so I was like, oh fuck yeah, like are there women screamo like gals in this? And there are. I don't know. The one album of theirs that I've been listening to is really good, and yeah, one of them I can't tell if it's more than one of them that screams, but man, it's so cool. I really need to find more. My old coworker um told me about a couple of bands that she really liked, like screamo stuff that's with women lead singers, and I have them saved on my phone. Like I have little pictures of them saved on my phone, but I haven't gone through and like just kind of randomly picked an album, or I'll like look through a bunch of their popular songs and like pick whatever album has like the most of them on it, to like give a listen to for the first time, and then I'll like get a bunch of the other albums and listen to them because it's free. It's just streaming. Um, but yeah. Anyway, passcode is very cool, and yeah, I will let you guys know if I find any more cool, or actually listen to the ones that I do kind of know about. That are like women screamo people is very cool. Okay, bada bing. Um, so here's my R&B hip hop rap page. I don't listen to as much as I used to. I used to listen to so much rap when I was in high school. Which I feel like a lot of people did, especially like at that era. I don't know how to like describe it, but that was the rise of like Drake and Tyga and people like that. And I used to listen to so many of those people. And of course Odd Future and like Tyler the Creator and Frank Ocean. That was kind of when they all started. Which yeah, I used to be like a huge fan of Odd Future, and I listened to like everybody from that. And of course now I like don't really listen to any of them except like Frank Ocean. Which is crazy because I feel like so many queer people love Tyler the Creator, and I really liked his earlier stuff, which of course now listening to it, like listening to Bastard now is like so weird. It's really weird. I'm not sure I really like it anymore, but um like part of me is still like, okay, yeah, some of this shit slaps, but it feels very like kind of that Eminem style of like offensive lyrics. Um which yeah, it's weird to listen to, especially with like how his stuff is now. But yeah, I don't know. I've listened to some of his newer stuff, and it just I don't know. It just doesn't. I don't like it as much as I feel like I should. But some of his like the most popular songs from some of his stuff I have heard, and I really really do like them. But trying to listen to like a whole album, I'm just like, okay, I don't know. It's weird. um, but yeah. Anyway, the stuff that I do listen to still and really love is Childish Gambino, um, Camp, and Because of the Internet are fucking incredible albums. He like obviously he still has some really good stuff with uh, like his newer stuff I really enjoy, and some of it is very topical and good. Like of course uh the hell is the song called, the America one? Guns of Maria. Um there is some of that, but it definitely feels like he's got a bit of a god complex going on now, of like he's this like incredible creator, and like he definitely is for sure. He's really good, but he's, turn it down a little bit. I need to put myself up a little bit. Anyway, yeah. But yeah, Camp and Because of the Internet, his first two albums are so good. Highly highly recommend checking them out. If you've never listened to it, or maybe you've just heard America by him, definitely check it out. Flowbots, who remembers them? Handlebars, Handlebars got bars. Um, I actually really like them. I got um when I was going through my Apple Music again, like I was saying, like going through and trying to find old artists that I listened to that I maybe have like kind of forgotten about and haven't listened to. That was one of them, and so I kind of just threw all their albums onto my uh library or whatever, and I like Survival Story. I think is still one of my favorite albums. It's so good. Some of the messages are a little now, but overall, it's very much like anti-establishment kind of shit. But yeah, it's I like Survival Story quite a bit, and their first album, of course, that has Handlebars, um, is also very good. Um, and then Frank Ocean, of course. I like Frank Ocean a lot. I'm gonna destroy everybody and say that I don't like Blonde a whole lot. I don't know how. I don't know why. But I've listened to it a handful of times and I just never really like it that much. There's some good songs on it, but basically I think the only song of his like newer that I love is Bikin? Is it just called Bikin? I can't remember, but it's got like Jay-Z and Tyler the Creator and stuff in it. I really love that song. It's not, I thought it was on Blonde, but it's not. I think it's just like a single. I love that song. That song's great. But outside of that, is, which I guess is not an official because it's fucking not on Apple Music and it makes me so angry. Is Nostalgia Ultra, which I guess is kind of it. I mean, it's definitely a mixtape, but I think because it has it has Novocaine and Swim Good, which are like ripped off beats. Maybe that's why it's like not considered a official album, but uh, yeah, it's just an incredible album. And then Channel Orange is also really great. I do really love Channel Orange a lot. And then yeah, I don't know. Like I got, when Blonde came out, I was so excited because I love Channel Orange and Nostalgia Ultra. So I was like, oh, let's go. And then I listened to it like once or twice when it came out, and I just never really wanted to listen to it again. Like I didn't really care. And then of course now, you know, it's like his biggest thing, and so I've like tried to listen to it again recently, and I still just I don't know. I'd rather listen to Nostalgia Ultra. And then we have Hobo Johnson, which is actually my coworker. My old coworker recommended to me. Because her, and then actually my other friend, my other coworker that I'm friends with, likes him as well. It was funny. But yeah, he's great. His second album, his first and second album are really great. I've listened to his third and fourth album like once. I think I've only listened to him like once or twice. They're okay. I don't like them as much, but his second album, The Fall of Hobo Johnson, is fucking great. It's definitely more, what would you call it? Like spoken poetry kind of stuff. It is kind of his vibe, and it's very like sad white boy shit. Because that's what he is. But yeah, it's really interesting stuff. Like some of it is really really sad. Like will make you cry because it's just about his life and like he's pretty young. I think he's like really early 20s, but he was like homeless when he was in his late teens and started making music. And his I think obviously his family life is really bad, and so there's some of his songs that are really great. Like I think I Really Want a Dog. I can't remember if that's the actual song title, but that's like the chorus. Um, is literally, about how he really wants a dog. But really it's just how he wants this like perfect family structure. He wants like a wife and a kid and a dog, and he just wants to have this really happy and perfect family because he literally has never had that. And yeah, it's stuff like that. It's really emotional and really like vulnerable stuff, and I think that's why I really like it so much. It's really great. And then of course the King, Kendrick Lamar. I really really love Kendrick a lot. Um, I don't know. I definitely think I don't know. Like I like childish stuff that he's doing a lot, but I think Kendrick is really kind of like the guy, the rapper. I don't. God, sorry, my brain. I don't know where I'm going with this, but yeah, he's incredible. And um, Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers, his most recent album, is so good. I feel like it was very divisive, especially with Anti Diaries, which is the trans song. Um, but I don't know. Like all his stuff is so good. Maybe Damn. I'm not as much of a huge fan of. I think it's good, but I think the reason why like Section 80 and Good Kid, Mad City are so fantastic, and I think they're just such good music in general. But they're just such great albums because they're stories. They're just about him growing up. Especially Good Kid, Mad City is literally just all about him growing up in Compton and stuff. And so I think that's really really fascinating to listen to as like a fucking dumb white lady. Um, but you can just tell like he really puts his heart and his soul into it, and it's just really interesting to hear like what he's been through and kind of how it's made him who he is. And so leading up to that, to like to Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers, which is just him, which like he has this therapist character like in it, in like the monologues and stuff in the album. But that's literally what the album is. Like I saw somebody talk about it on Twitter like a little bit after it came out, and I just constantly seen people tweet about it. But there was a really great tweet that was I think a really good encapsulation of it, which is just like it feels they said something like it feels like we're sitting there like at his therapist meeting, and like he's saying all this to his therapist, but we should not be here listening to it, but we are. And it's like that uncomfortable kind of feeling. And I feel like that's a really great description for Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers, because like it is. A lot of it is very much him just like putting himself out there in like a way that could obviously damage him. Like stuff with the trans song, which I think like at its core it is trans positive, but I know I've seen a lot of people come out and be like very angry about it. But I think it's a really fascinating song. I really like it. But yeah, it's the whole album is really just him basically being in therapy and talking about all the things about how like having a trans family member, and uh, and basically how he thinks he's like racist towards white people and shit, like which you can be, and I think it's really fascinating to hear him like talk about that. So I don't know. I just really love Kendrick. I think he's a great singer songwriter, and I'm always really excited to see what he does. Okay, and then we have Khalid. Which, Khalid is very good. I don't know. Yeah, I feel like it's just very uh obviously very chill, but I don't know. There's something about it. Like it's just very chill, but like very positive, kind of like self love stuff. Um, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to describe it, but I really like Khalid stuff a lot. And then we have Sampha, which is the album right next to me. That is Sampha. He he's worked on I think a lot of stuff. Like he is in a song on Kendrick Lamar's Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers, but he is fucking incredible. I love his voice so much. But he only has one album out, which he said he has another one. He said he's coming out with another one sometime soon. Um, and I've been waiting for it forever because Process came out in like 2013 or some shit. I don't know, like 2015. Um, but yeah, his album Process is fucking incredible. His voice and just his music is, yeah, really great. Highly recommend it. Um, yes, yeah. um, but yeah, if you like really slow like R&B kind of stuff with like really gorgeous vocals, please check out Sampha. He is incredible. Um, and then of course Thundercat, which is probably one of my favorite artists like ever. Um, is the funk and hip hop god. No, I love Thundercat so much. He's such a dork. He is he also just has a really incredible voice. He makes really fun music. He's a god at the bass. He is a god at the bass. Like I'll say that. So it's really fun to just listen to him go off on the bass and stuff. But yeah, he also again going back to somebody that works on Kendrick Lamar stuff. How to Pimp a Butterfly, which is another phenomenal album of Kendrick's. He worked on like most of that album, which is really funny because I didn't know that for a while, and then like at some point I saw something about that that he was like a producer on most of it, and then listening through it now, I'm like, oh yeah, like there's so much bass in a lot of the songs, and you can just tell it's him. Like listening to a lot of Thundercat, you get his vibe, and then you listen to that, and you're like, oh no, that's him. Like you can just tell that's him on the bass. Um, but yeah, his album Drunk is easily one of my all-time favorite albums. It's incredible. It's great. Again, I love his like writing. His stuff is really funny, which is great. He's very much uh kind of like the black nerd. He has a song called Tokyo about like going to Tokyo and like losing it because he's getting to do all the fun Japanese stuff, and then he has the song Dragon Ball Durag on his newest album, which is fucking hilarious, and the music video is so funny because it's him just like trying to hit women up, just like and being outside of their house and like trying to dance all dorky, and he has this like giant Vegeta bling necklace, like it's just like all diamonds, and it's just this Vegeta. It's so funny. um but yeah, so he has stuff like that, but it's like really fun, and then he has some other stuff that's like really a lot more emotional, and some stuff that's of course about being like a black man in America and stuff like that. And yeah, but then yeah, he has stuff like John what is it called, like a fan letter to Tron or something like that. I can't remember, but it's one of my favorite songs of his because it's literally about one of his cats. because he has cats and he loves them, and so he has an entire song. I think he has multiple songs about his cats, but that's like the main one I know of. That's about his cat and how cool it must be to be a cat. And then he just meows in the chorus a bunch, like in the background. It's so good. Um, so that's another one. So Sampha and Thundercat, like please check them out. Give them lots of love because they're great. And then of course the Weeknd. Like I like the Weeknd a lot. I haven't really listened as much as newer stuff. I've tried to listen to some of the newer albums and don't like them as much compared to like Beauty Behind the Madness and Starboy. Those are really the two albums of his that I love and listen to. Those are really great. He's just a really cool R&B guy. I think he I don't know. I think he has a good voice and he makes good music. Okay, yeah. So let's see. Oh, I genuinely don't even remember like at this point. Um okay, yeah. And then we have my alternative indie chill shit. Also pop. Why not? This is kind of more of my like random list of stuff that I couldn't really think of because you may notice that yeah, some of this is I'm just like really bad at putting stuff in genres because I just don't really know. Um, but yeah, the Airborne Toxic event, um, like classic angsty alternative kind of music, really good. I really love them a lot. Yeah, their first album, their first self-titled album, is one of my favorites of all time. Like, if you're gonna listen to it, listen to their first album. It has some of their more popular songs, so maybe you'll recognize some older ones. I think they were on Rock Band or something like that. I can't remember. Um, but yeah, they're really great. Highly recommend them. And then of course Billie Eilish. I am a big Billie Eilish bitch. I have uh talking about the vinyls. I do have some of her, not some of. I have all of her vinyls of all her albums so far, and so that's like what I want to do with a bunch of my artists that I love. I do want to do, I want to have their full vinyl set, and so that's the only one I think I have right now because she doesn't have very many. Um, but yeah, I really love Billie Eilish. She's very much like sad bitch music. And so I haven't really listened to hers, even though I've been like a very sad bitch lately. I haven't really listened to her stuff lately. Um, I went through a phase where I was just like very into her, and that was like all I listened to for a while. But I enjoy her music a lot. Uh, I like it. And then Cage the Elephant. Um, I put him on here. I really only listened to Tell Me I'm Pretty, which is an incredible album, and that's another one I'll put up at like some of my all time favorites. Um, I've started trying to listen to some more of their albums, and I definitely like it. But just I don't know, just that album. Just Tell Me I'm Pretty, fucking incredible, so good. Yeah, if you're gonna listen to something from them, definitely recommend that. And then of course Gorillas. Man, oh man, oh man. It's really hard, but if I had to pick an all-time favorite band, just like out of anything, like all genre, like just your favorite band ever, I might say Gorillaz. Like that would probably be my number one pick. Um, I don't know. I really don't know what like how to explain it. But man, Gorillaz is so fantastic. Um, they're just awesome. um, their album Demon Days is probably my favorite album ever. A lot of their stuff is great. They're literally their like newest album that just came out like 2 months ago is really great. Cracker Island fucking slaps. Like I don't know, they still do it. They can still kill it. Damon Albarn is just still going at it, and it's still great. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I also think it's a really fun like concept. Like I remember when I was younger, I thought it was neat to have like a cartoon band, which of course now, yeah, like we have Miku and we have VTubers and stuff, so it definitely went down to more of that kind of And maybe that's why I've gotten so into all that stuff because of gorillas. But yeah, I don't know. They're just, I don't know, something about it. It's I really love it. Um, and then the Killers is great. Hot Fuzz again. I think maybe just because I put these on here because I do, each of them has like an album that I would put at like some of my all time favorites. Um, but their album Hot Fuss, of course, is just incredible. That's just such a good album. That was like a classic. Like I had that on, like an actual like CD. I had it, and I feel like that was really one of the first um albums that I ever listened to, like the whole thing over and over, and I was just like, man, this is so good. Because I don't know. I feel like it's weird to like think of myself when I was younger and I like didn't really listen to a lot of music or didn't like know too much. I basically just listened to what my parents listened to, which you'll see that as the 80s nostalgia. I mean, my mom, I feel like was kind of more just into like generic pop stuff, and so I listened to like a lot of NSYNC and shit like that when I was younger. Um, and then my dad just listened to like new wave 80s constantly, and so I think that's why I love it so much now too. Um, was because I listened to it so much when I was younger, but it is really interesting to think about when I was a kid and I was like didn't really have my own taste yet, and I didn't really listen to stuff. But I definitely think The Killers' Hot Fuss was like one of those first albums that really kind of got me into music or just made me think about it more. Something like that. But I also think it was middle school. My best friend in middle school was like super into music and they wanted to make music and do all this stuff, and they were very talented in a lot of artistic ways. And so they showed me like so many of the bands I listen to now. They were the ones that showed me a lot of them. So I think that also helped really get me into stuff. Was like sixth and seventh grade. Um, yeah, and then we also have Low Roar, which again, Hideo Kojima, Death Stranding, was basically how I found out about them because they have a ton of songs in that. Um, but yeah, I can't think of the title of the album right now, but the one with like the guys, god damn, excuse me, the one with the guy's back on the cover of the album, that's the one I listen to constantly, and that's my favorite of theirs. I think the singer, like the excuse me, I think it's one guy, and I think he recently passed away. I saw Hideo Kojima tweeting about it, um, about how it was very sad at his passing. I was like, oh shit, that sucks. I mean, yeah, like rest in peace. That's really sad because yeah, his music is really great. It's very ethereal, is a good way to put it. I think also along with like Purity Ring up in the right corner. Um, yeah, his stuff is like very ethereal and pretty. And so yeah, I think after when I was just like working on Platinum Death Stranding, I basically that was like all I did was I just wasn't listening to the game. I literally just had my headphones in playing Low Roar because that's it works. That's the vibe. Um, and then Ellie Goulding. Um, yeah, it's such a weird. I I swear to God, I I've gone on and off with being good about like checking iTunes every Friday because that used to be like my little ritual was like on Fridays, is when music comes out and updates, and so I'd go on iTunes and I check it, and then I would go download the music somehow. I don't know. I don't know how it happened, but I did it when I was younger. That was how I always did it. And so, yeah, a while ago, well, Ellie Goulding was popping off. I think she had a bunch of songs on the radio, and I randomly saw her album on the front page, and it was like her. It's like her in this fur jacket, uh, and her like mid. I like how you can't say midsection, but like the middle of the coat was open, um, and she wasn't wearing anything underneath it, and I was like, "What the fuck is that?" So I clicked on it, and then I realized it was one of her songs is the one that was on the radio that I actually liked. Like one of the generic pop songs on the radio that I was like, oh, actually, like I like this one a lot. So yeah, that her album Delirium, which is that one, um, is really fantastic. And then I don't know if she had another one after that, but she just had one come out like a few weeks ago. I saw it on the store and I was like, oh shit. So I put it in my library and I listened to it a little while ago when I was grinding Destiny and I was like, oh shit, this rules. Like it hits the same way as Delirium does for me. Because I feel like I've tried to listen to some of her other stuff, like maybe some of her older albums before Delirium. But yeah, her newest album too is also really great. And then of course Kesha. I mean, what is there to say? I don't know that I really listen to Kesha anymore, honestly. But I would honestly probably throw on her like first album or two, just for like fun. Like why not? It's good music. It's fun. I honestly I'm not sure if she still makes music. But I think after a certain point, after like her fourth or fifth album, I kept trying to listen to it, and then I kind of stopped, kind of fell off. Um, but yeah, and then Lizzo, of course. I really enjoy Lizzo a lot. Hers is like really similar to Khalid. I feel like they kind of have same energy, but one is more like chill positivity, and Lizzo is very much like upbeat, loud positivity. you know, um, and then, yeah, I really enjoy it. I really love what Lizzo's doing. Like take or leave her music, but I think what she's doing is really awesome. Just body positivity wise. And her show, which I haven't watched or anything, but I've heard people talk about her show and how much they cried during it because it's basically, um, I think it's about her backup dancers, right? I think, she's doing like basically like a reality show of, like a contest show for her backup dancers, and it's all about kind of bigger size people, and yeah, I've just heard is really really good things and that you will cry a lot. So I think that which I do, I also really love her music. So I think just altogether, she's really cool. And then Miley Cyrus, which is not somebody I ever thought I would listen to a lot. She was another one like, which again, looking back on it, kind of the whole era of like Justin Bieber was either like you were obsessed with him or you fucking hated him, kind of thing. It's kind of weird to look back on that and be like, why? Like, why did we care so much? Um, Miley Cyrus, I feel like it was another one that kind of got shit on. But her especially is way more unfair. It's kind of like that Britney Spears treatment where it was like, oh, she's this unhinged girl, she's going crazy, she's doing all this stuff, she's like naked in a music video or whatever. Um, but yeah, I feel definitely. I don't think she really deserved it. I think she was kind of doing her own thing. Um, but yeah, I don't. My old coworker really loved her. That's like basically Miley Cyrus and what the fuck is his name? He's like the huge pop star guy now. The British guy from One Direction, whatever. Anyway, that was her other favorite artist, but Miley Cyrus was her like main one, and yeah, we listened to it constantly during work, and I really actually got into it. Her album, Plastic Hearts, which is one of the newer ones, is actually really great. It's very inspired by 80s. It has Billy Idol and Joan Jett on it. So, but also that's very much the vibe of the album is that style of 80s. So that also hits for me because I like 80s music. So, but yeah, it was really great. And so I actually like started listening to it outside of work. Um, and then she also has an EP called She Was Here. Yeah, I think that was it. She Was Here. Um, and that one, I really love that one. That one's really over the top, very dumb kind of pop stuff, but I love that one. And then of course her newest album, Endless Summer Vacation, is actually really good. That was again like I kind of thought I'd only like Plastic Hearts because like oh it's very like 80s kind of like alternative rock stuff. But then yeah no I was like okay like when, of course, when it came out, me and my coworker were blasting it because she was so excited, and I was like, okay, this is good. Like I actually like this again. It's just that pop, chill pop. I like it. Um, yeah, very interesting. Not something I thought I would really be into. And then Olafur Arnold's. I think that was another one that my friend from middle school just randomly sent me like a while ago. Um, yeah, he's basically just a pianist. It's just piano, pretty much it. Um, I mostly just like listening to it when I was writing. Which again I haven't like done in a long time, but when I was writing for a little while, that was kind of what I like to listen to because it's just piano. But he's really good. It's really pretty. Um, I like it a lot. The one album that I pretty much listened to from him, I think I mean, at least it sounds like it's like a home recording kind of thing, because you can literally hear him like shifting in the seat, and you can hear him like step on the piano pedals. Sorry to people that play piano, like I'm not sure what they're called, but the little piano pedals. You can like kind of hear him stepping on it. It's really surreal. I don't know. I really like listening to it because of that. And then Paramore. Mm. Actually, recently I've like kind of been getting back into Paramore. I think because they had a new album come out, which I've listened to a couple times, and eh, it's okay. But yeah, their first couple albums are still really great. Um, like Riot and All We Know Is Falling and stuff like that, and of course, oh my god, Something Eyes. I think the Butterfly one. That's also a really good, really great album. That's just like classic alternative shit. And then Red Hot Chili Peppers, another really recent one. Um, Can't Stop is like one of my favorite songs ever, and that was kind of it. Like I just kind of knew that one and like Danny California and stuff. Um, but then my coworker's playlist, because she uses like YouTube music. And so she always kind of just did the algorithm and just kind of let like a random playlist go when we were working. Um, but she liked Red Hot Chili Peppers, and so some of their songs would come in from Californication, and I was like, damn, this is good. Like I haven't listened to a ton of Red Hot Chili Peppers, but like that's really good. And so I got a couple of their albums, and I think a handful of these bands actually I could have been talking about was from uh last time I played Bloodborne when I was going through it. I don't really listen to Bloodborne at this point, which maybe sounds unhinged for like trying to play a FromSoft game, but I think just because I have so much of it memorized, like map design, um, I don't really need to listen to it. So I literally just have like headphones on. I listen to music. Um, the Red Hot Chili Peppers was something I listened to when I like recently played through it. Um, I listened to a shit ton of Red Hot Chili Peppers, and yeah, Californication is a fucking incredible album. It's so good. Highly recommend that. I like some of their other ones as well. I definitely didn't like attach as hard to them as I did Californication, but I definitely want to give more listens. And then I think they also just had a album come out really recently too, so should definitely try to listen. Excuse me, listen to that as well. And then Silver Sun Pickups. If you have not heard of Silver Sun Pickups, please, 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 please check them out. They are one of my favorite bands ever. They are a very chill alternative band. Um, yeah, I think it's only 3 people, maybe 4. But yeah, they're like very chill. I wish I could like say what if they're like there's something they're from, or they have a song and something, but um yeah, I've been listening to them pretty much since their first album, since Carnivus, and or was Pykel their first one? I can't remember. Um, but yeah, pretty much been listening to them since, and they're just fucking incredible. They're super rad. If you kind of like that stuff, if you like more like chill alternative stuff, highly recommend them. Their first two albums, definitely, I think maybe I wouldn't say chill as much. They definitely go off a bit, and like the lead singer kind of yells, not really screamy. He just kind of raises his voice, you know. Um, and that's like very much their vibe from the beginning. And then so their first two albums were like that, and then their next two albums kind of went more into like electronic vibe. It wasn't as heavy on the instruments and started being more like electronic kind of stuff. But then like their newest album kind of has gone back more to like less electronic, but there's still like some in it. I don't know. Like it's like listening to them from the start, you know, you can it's I can really categorize like kind of their different little waves they've gone through of style. Um, but yeah, I highly recommend Silver Sun Pickups. Please check them out. Yeah, and then my lo-fi and electronic group I've kind of put here. We have Caravan Palace. Very cool. They're what would you call it? I feel like it's like a thing now. I don't know if it really was as much when Caravan Palace was around, but I think maybe they're still around. I actually don't know. Um, but it's like the electro swinger music. I can't remember what it's called, but you know, it's like that 50s era, but it's all like vamped up with electronic stuff. Um, really, really cool. Their album that's just an emoji, so it doesn't have a name. It's literally just like a little face emoji. Um, that's the main one I listen to from them. It's really, really great. It's super fun. It's really upbeat. I really love it a lot. Um, and then we have In Love with the Ghost, which is I found them from the Celeste B side soundtrack. They did one of the remixes for Golden Ridge, which is ironic because I don't like that level. And then also, I didn't really like care for their remix in that one. Like it was good, but for some reason I started listening or I clicked on something of theirs on YouTube, and then I was like, oh shit, this is really good. It's kind of that same thing of just like, you know, maybe the one song I've heard from them I don't like, and then I listen to something else, and then I'm like, oh wow, this is really good. Um, but yeah, their EP I actually have on vinyl, which is really cool. But yeah, a lot of their albums as well is really, really fucking fantastic. It's just super cool lo-fi, chill stuff. Um, yeah, highly recommend it. And then we have Kate Boy, which I have no idea if they will ever make another album, but they have one album out, and it's so good. It fucking rules. It's just such rad, upbeat electronic music, and the gal, the lead singer, is really cool. Her voice is really pretty. Um, it's also kind of like deeper. I don't know how to describe it, but it's a really great voice. I really enjoy it. But yeah, they basically have one album, and I don't know if they will ever make another one because it's like kind of old at this point. So not really old, I wouldn't say. It's like a handful of years old, but um, and then we have Lena Raine, who is the she did the Celeste soundtrack, and she also has some of her own stuff. She has a really cool, what would you call it, morp? What the hell? That's not a. People are gonna kill me for that one. Um, what's the old computer kind of style of game? You know, where you were basically playing like D&D through the computer kind of thing. She has a really cool game that she made called Escape. Which maybe I'll play that on stream. Excuse me. Because I feel like it's not as well known, but but yeah, I really love her game as well. But she did the soundtrack for that, and she also has her own album that came out a little while ago. Which I don't know. I'm not as much of a fan of it as I am like her game soundtracks. But maybe that's just because it's a little bit more chill, and I kind of like her upbeat stuff a bit more. Yeah, she's a super fucking cool trans girl artist. So go check her out. And then we have Modrat or Moderat. I don't really know how to pronounce it. Um, but they fucking rule. Their album 3 is just incredible and one of my all-time favorite albums. It's so so good. Highly recommend listening to 3 if you're gonna listen to theirs. They basically have each of their albums is just like a number, and it's just like a the Roman numeral number. So I really love 3 also because the album cover is somebody that maybe looks like a boy, like they have very short hair and stuff, is in a dress and just holding up their hand with like 3 fingers. So 3. Um, they also recently came out with 4, and that one's good. I haven't listened to that one as much. And I haven't really listened to 1 or 2 as much either, but 3 is just so good. It's again that like very ethereal vibe. Like it's very chill electronic, like lo-fi music with this guy's like very ethereal voice, and it's really pretty. And then yeah, Purity Ring, same thing. It's just a guy and a gal. The guy makes the beats, the gal sings, and she has a fucking incredible voice. Like literally angelic voice. I really love Purity Ring. I My friend sent me or showed me one of their songs from their first album, and so I've been listening to them since. And yeah, it feels crazy they already have like 4 albums out because I feel like I really haven't listened to the third and fourth one as much. But their first 2 albums I listened to so much. They're incredible. But yeah, that's the album I have pictured up there is the Fine Shrine, their first album. Um, yeah, highly recommend Purity Ring if you want some chill electronic stuff. And then we have Yaiji. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm butchering that. Um, she's a Korean gal. She just had an album come out, which is their second one, I think. But yeah, she's like a very new artist to me. Like I just recently discovered her like a few weeks ago. But I wanted to include her because I think she's really cool. I've really the more I've listened to her album, the more I really like it. Because it's like electronic rap, so she either kind of sings a bit or mostly like raps in both English and Korean. And it's really cool. I really like it a lot. And her beats are really fun. Like I think it's just all her, from what I was like reading on her little Apple Music page. Um, so yeah, I think she's a newer artist, so check her out. And then we also have Young Galaxy. Young Galaxy rules. That's another one that I would describe as like ethereal, very like chill electronic with like very ethereal voice, like singing. Their album False Work is one of my all-time favorites. I really love it. Um, yeah, please listen to False Work by Young Galaxy. It's a really good album. And then we have all my 80s stuff. I mean, I'd say I mostly listen to 80s new wave, but there's definitely a lot of other stuff. Like, obviously, I'd say The Cure is my favorite 80s band, just in general. I mean, they're The Cure. They fucking rule. Lullaby is one of my all time favorite songs, and it's creepy and weird, and I love it so much. Um, and then Hall and Oates. I actually really like Hall and Oates quite a bit. They're just good fun 80s. Some of their songs that I really love are like really weird, like Private Eye. Private Eye is such a bop, but then you start singing along to it and you're like, this is weird. This is like a stalker. Like this doesn't sound right. Um, yeah, I don't know. It's funny. But yeah, Hall and Oates is great. It's classic shit. And then of course Depeche Mode, classic. I think Ganny also went to sleep. He texted me, but um, if Ganny was still here, he would be yelling at me. Because I love Depeche Mode and he thinks it's so dumb. But Depeche Mode's good. They're a bop. Um, and then also Duran Duran, also a bop. That's like classic 80s. I haven't really listened to as much Duran Duran as I probably would like to, but the bits and pieces I do listen to, I think they're really great. And then New Order, I like New Order a lot. That's another one I feel like I need to listen to a lot more of their stuff. But yeah, just something about New Order just slaps. It's very good. I mean, of course, like Blue Triangle and shit, like classic. And then of course Tears for Fears. I love Tears for Fears quite a bit. Um, I definitely think that was like one of my dad's favorites too. So like growing up, that was just I constantly heard Tears for Fears. So I mean, that could be a reason, or I don't even like listening to it now. I still really love it. I think it's great. Uh, Very fun music. But yeah, I don't know. I like a lot of 80s stuff. There's definitely a ton of 80s songs that I would consider some of my favorites, but were maybe more like one hit wonders. Like oh my god, these dreams are made of this. I like. Oh my god, my stupid brain is so fried. But yeah, songs like that are like some of my favorites. But I haven't really listened to anything but that song from that person. Um, and then yeah, okay, let me move myself again. Am I good? Put myself down. There we go. God damn it, I can't tell because my stupid. Okay, there we go. When I open the thing. Um. Okay, last page. Last page. This is almost 4 hours of me rambling. Oh my god. Nobody's gonna want to watch this. Stop. Be nice to me. Um, I don't know. I hope you guys enjoy this. Um, but then yeah, I also have a Vocaloid section, of course. I'm still like pretty new to Vocaloid. Um, my first trip to Japan, one of the people I stayed with, or the place I stayed, in Tokyo, one of the people that was also staying there, was really into Vocaloid, and he had like a ton of Vocaloid figures that he had bought and stuff. And I knew known it. I knew who, Miku was and stuff, but I always thought she was like from an anime. I never really understood what she was from. And so he was the first person that like finally explained it to me. But I also think he was one of the first people I really talked to that like were into Vocaloid. But yeah, he like explained it to me that it's like a vocal like it's a music program to go alongside with like music making stuff. And there's these like different voice packs, and you can basically mix it around like actual music and beats, but you can mess around with the voice and make them sing and make music with it. And I was like, oh, okay. And they showed me some of the songs, and I was like, that's cool. And so when I went home, because that was like the last place I stayed, so I was only there for like a month, and then I went back home. And when I got home, I kind of just started going on YouTube and just started listening to Vocaloid stuff. So of course it was like some of the most popular, like well known stuff. And I was like, wow, this is really cool. I actually really love this. God, sorry, the throat lozenge feels like it's already like stopped working. Um, so yeah, that was in like 2017, like beginning of 2017 was when I like started getting into it. So I'm definitely not the, I feel like so many people, especially like VTubers, are like we're listening to it since like middle school. And while there was a lot of music I was listening to, yeah, I just for some reason, even being super into anime and stuff at that age, um, I don't know. Yeah, I just never really figured out what Vocaloid was. This is weird. Um, but yeah, of course now I'm like super into it and I love it. And yeah, after I started listening to some of the music on YouTube when I got home, I saw the Project Diva game on PS4, and I was like, oh shit, yo, like a rhythm game with all that. Um, so that was of course like really what furthered my interest and what like gave me a bunch of music to listen to, because I basically just made a big YouTube playlist of all this stuff. All my favorite songs from that. I just made a YouTube playlist and we'll just listen to that all the time. Um, and literally trying to make this list on here for this little slideshow. Um, Going through it, I was like, man, like even a while ago, I was like, I really need to go through my playlist because it's mostly like fan stuff, not like fan channels. Like it's somebody recording the song from the actual game and then putting it up with like the little music video. Um, So yeah, it's not like the official channel. So I really want to go through and like redo my playlists. You know, like have one on one screen and then the other on the other screen, and go through and like find the actual songs off of the official person's channel, and then remake it. So because also like better probably quality and stuff, and supporting the artist directly. So um but yeah, there as you can see at the very very bottom of my list, most of my stuff is from Project Diva, because I played it on PS4 so much when like after that, like during that time when I first got into it. And then when it came out on Switch a little while ago, I got it because it was a new version or whatever, add new stuff. Um, and then of course when it just came out on Steam recently, I got it again and started playing it a bunch. And I just recently re-downloaded it like 2 days ago because I've been thinking about it and thinking about this, because I'm like making this, and yeah, I played through. I think I played through on normal, so now I'm on like the hard difficulty. Because there's like certain songs available in each difficulty, and I think hard is the one that has like all the songs available. Because like easy has a lot of songs missing, and then like normal has a handful. But yeah, I think so. I want to like keep going through on the harder difficulty, and then once I'm done with that, I can make my have my little fave list on there, and then go through with that and remake my playlist. Okay. Anyway, for some reason, there's my entire history with Vocaloid. I don't. I don't know. I don't know why I have to explain all that, but I do. Um. But anyway, yeah. So as you can see, my favorite Vocaloid is Megarine Luca. I am a big Luca bitch. I love Luca so much. Um. I mean, I love all the Vocaloids, but for some reason, her voice to me especially is my favorite. I think it's the most realistic sounding, which like maybe that's crazy. And also, you can probably do that with most of them. You could probably make it sound more realistic. But I think just in general, over all of her songs that I've heard, she sounds the most realistic. Um, I just like her voice a lot. She's her voice is pretty. She's pretty. I love her. Um, and and then I also have some of my favorite artists, which are Pinocchio P, who is, yeah, basically the one I've listened to the most. Like he has so much music, and he's like still making music. Um, so yeah, he has so much, and yeah, he's definitely the one that I've really gone and listened to a lot of his stuff, like outside of Project Diva. Um, yeah, I think I know some of his songs from Project Diva, but then for some reason his stuff, like going through and listening to it, I just like went on his channel and started listening to a bunch of songs, and I was like, okay, yeah, I really love his music, especially because it's, I think, a good combo of really fun beats, like they're really fun to listen to, and then also the lyrics are really trippy. They're just really weird lyrics. I really enjoy them. Um, and then Neru's kind of the same. It's really fun music, but then some of the lyrics are really like fucked up. Um, but yeah, there's the like is really cool. And then like Michi M and KZ, I feel like are like really big names. They're like really really famous. And same with like Deco 27, who's like literally just did a collab with Hololive, which was really cool. And then Giga. I also like Giga a lot. I feel like they're like a more recent one I've gotten into, like outside of Project Diva, which of course now like Bring It On is on Project Diva. But I remember like seeing the Hatsune Miku account that I followed for the concert I went to. Um, they were like tweeting about the Bring It On song by Giga. They were like trying to get it up to like 1 million views or something really quick. But yeah, I remember that. I think that was the first Giga song. Like I realized, like I was like, oh, this is by somebody named Giga, and this song fucking slaps. It's so good. It's a classic twin banger. And yeah, I don't know. Those are just some of my favorites. I feel like they're pretty. Besides Pinocchio P, which again I feel like is also probably popular. I feel like they're all pretty well known. Um, but yeah, so I think so I kind of just went through and like listed some of my favorite songs of them. So if it's hard, I don't know. It's already such a big list, so I was like I didn't really put like artists names next to it or anything, but if you just type like Luca and then the song name, or Miku and the song name, or just like Vocaloid and then the song name, it should pop up pretty quick if like some of them sound good. Um, but some of my favorite Miku ones are like Meteor is really good. It's really pretty. Sweet Devil, Envy Catwalk is probably my favorite Vocaloid song ever. It's really good. I don't know why. I don't know why that's the one that stuck out to me so much, but I really enjoy it. Hibikase, fucking bop. Love Trial, Kimagure Mercy, What's Inside, Yozarina are Pinocchio P ones that are really great. Yozarina is really, really, really good. I like that one a lot. The music video, a lot of Pinocchio P songs have music videos with her, and he has a very, very distinct Miku style that I really love. Um, and so Yozarina, I actually really want to cosplay the Miku from Yozarina. She's really cute. Um, and then Teo's really good. Love It is like a newer Pinocchio P song that I really love. I say newer, but like I haven't really listened to much Vocaloid lately, so it's probably not like that new anymore. Rolling Girl, absolute fucking classic. Systematic Love, and Nobody Makes Sense, another Pinocchio P one. Um, yeah, they're just all really good. And then Kagami Rin, some of my favorite ones of hers. Meltdown, again, maybe one of my favorite Vocaloid songs, just really fucking great. Amatsu Kitsune, Tengoku, Tokyo Teddy Bear also. Holy shit. Tokyo Teddy Bear is so, so good. Very, very good. And then Deep Sea City Underground is also a fucking bop. And then some of Lynn's favorites that I really love. Here Comes Karakasa-san. Butterfly on Your Right Shoulder, which I mean, fucking classic. Dapo Rock, which is a Naru one that I really love. Fireflower, Sacred Spear Explosion Boy, which was actually one of the ones, a couple of these, and a chunk of them that I didn't include that are on my playlist, were all from the concert. Because when I got back from the concert, I actually looked up somebody had, of course, like posted a list of the songs because I didn't recognize a chunk of them. Um, Sorry, I'm gonna have to keep drinking them, but we're almost done. We're almost done. Yeah, I'm definitely. It's like 10:40, so I think I don't think I'm gonna play a game afterwards. I'm sorry. um, Sorry, where was I? Oh yeah, Sacred Spear Explosion Boy. So yeah, when I got back from the concert, I looked up a list of the like set list for the concert, and found, the ones I didn't know on YouTube, um, and then picked out the ones that I liked. And yeah, Sacred Spear Explosion Boy was one they played at the concert. And then I watched the video afterwards with like the subtitle, with the lyrics. The whole song is very sexual. Like the whole chorus is about, literally says something like there's a 0.2 millimeter barrier between us or something, like a condom. And I'm like, oh my god, this is crazy. They played it at the concert. I like, it was so funny. I wasn't expecting it. Um, but yeah, that song slaps. It's actually so good. And then Out of Eden is also a very good one. Um, and then some of my favorite Luca songs, Leia, again, one of my favorites of Vocaloid in general. But that one's so good because it's very like rock metal-ish. Very, very pretty. Because it's literally her voice, with like this rock metal stuff, but her voice is just so pretty. Just Be Friends, classic. Luca Luca Night Fever, absolute classic. Black Gold, very good. Depression of Cybernetics, which I'm not sure if that's the name. Like, so, that's what I'm saying. Some of these names might not be right because like there's just so much weird translation and different like info and stuff out there. So my list might be wrong, but um, and then blackjack as well. Which I have, I have so many figurines saved on the. I use Tokyo Taco mode, which I mean, I've gotten so many figures while I was in Japan because it's so much cheaper. But a lot of the ones that I bought online as well, I use that site. I use Tom, and I have such a huge wish list, like saved list of figurines on there. And one of them is the Blackjack Luca outfit, which if you haven't seen it, is like a dealer outfit, like bunny outfit dealer suit. You know how they do that? And she's got like a weird eye patch on one eye. It's so fucking cool and good and hot. And there's like a $200 figure of it, and I want it so bad. It's so pretty. Uh, and then I made a list of like Rin and Lin songs together because they have a lot of good songs together. Like Gemini, Remote Controller, which is a fucking classic. To the End of Infinity, Bring It On, the Giga song I was talking about earlier. Roki, which fucking slaps so hard. Whatever, whatever, whatever. Which is another Naru song, which yeah, it's such an upbeat, fun song, but then the whole thing's about like depression and suicide. It's so funny. It's so bizarre. And then Travel to the Other Side of the Moon is a good one as well. And then I did just a whole section of like other collab songs of just like random people. Like 1925, I think is all of them. And that's a really cute song. I like that song. Tricolor Airline, Magnet, fucking classic. I mean, I say that like I've known about it forever, but like, oh my god, what an incredible gay love story song between Miku and Luca. So of course I also love it. Eraser Zero, which I think is also kind of a gay love song between Lin and Kaito. But that one's also really good. On the Rocks, Shake It, ID, Seraphim on the Ring, Ohedo, Julia Knight, Jitterbug fucking slaps. That's a very good like jazzy funk song. But then yeah, that's kind of it. Like I didn't include Mako or Kaito in this because I feel like the only songs I would put on there are like the ones from Project Diva and like their most popular ones. Which again, some of the other ones on here are probably the same thing, but they're just like from Project Diva. But yeah, I want to always explore more. I have a huge. Not only do I really want to go through my playlist on YouTube and like redo it, but I also have a huge backlog of Vocaloid songs I've saved to my watch later stuff. Like when I am getting into it, and then I have a bunch of recommendeds, and I literally just see it and I'm like, that sounds good. Or I see who it's by too, and I'm like, oh, that sounds good. Like that seems like good. But then I never listen to it at the time because I always want to be in like the right mood to listen to new music. Especially if it's like at night and I'm like scrolling through YouTube to find like ASMR to fall asleep to. And then I see that I'm like, I can't listen to this right now because it will wake me up because music makes me hype. It always wakes me up. Um, and then the last little section I did was for video game soundtracks because I kind of just wanted to give another little shout out. I mean, I feel like it's just reinforcing some of the other stuff, but yeah, of course, again the Andrew Pralo for the Outer Wilds soundtrack, just absolutely incredible. Well, sorry, I don't know if it's their music adds just so much to that game. It's just it's really 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 fantastic, and I love listening to it so much just on its own. And then Christopher Larkin for the Hollow Knight soundtrack is incredible. I've recently been listening to that one. It's just a lot of fun. It's a lot more. I don't know. I like when I was listening to it, I was like, "Wow, this is a lot more genre than I was thinking." And I can't think of what genre I was thinking of, but or there's a lot more of like this or that, like in it, like instruments. But yeah, it's really good. And then Daniel Costner for the Donut County soundtrack. Yeah, like I think I said when I was talking about the game, the soundtrack is really great. It's really fun. Especially because it's basically a bunch of little levels. Each level has a song, and so there's a lot of songs in it, and so it's really fun listening to the soundtrack because some of them are, like 2 or 3 minutes, and you only get to hear a little bit if you like speed through the levels. So, um, yeah, just another thing on its own that sounds really great. It's really fun to listen to. Epoch did the Paradise Killer soundtrack, which I didn't put on here because I really loved that game. It was really fun. It was a little dorky. Um, some of the writing was good. I liked like the murder mystery stuff, and I think the detective stuff in it was really fun. Like trying to solve all the little puzzles and constantly having to like, um, yeah, it was basically like having to try to solve little puzzles all the time, and then you could get more information, and then you go back to one of the suspects and talk to them, and then maybe they would lead you to like a new clue you could go find and stuff. It was a really fun game. Um, yeah, I think it was just like the little voice acting when you like talk to somebody was so annoying. I did not like it. Um, like the main gal, Lady Love Dies, they all have very like cool names. But the main gal that you play as, Lady Love Dies, one of her like little voices when she talked was Nani the fuck, which was very dumb. And I don't know. There's just some other stuff. One of the guys that was like a weird religious nut, um, that was one of the suspects, was like really like when you talk to him, he just constantly shouted something about the gods. Like every time you did a new like text with him, it was very annoying. Excuse me. And then Garroad for the Valhalla. Another game I probably could have put in like favorites or like recent favorites, but yeah, Valhalla is fantastic. That's like another one I just kind of want to play through again. Um, I don't think there's like a ton of variation in it. I know there's like little secret endings you can get by making people like certain drinks, which I think is really cool because I mean that's just the game. It's just bartending, and like talking to people. Um, but yeah, maybe I should add it to like recent favorites. When I like go to post this on Twitter, but yeah, it's I don't know, I like something about it. I just think it's really cool. Like it's a really neat concept that you don't go outside of the world, you know? That's not the way to put it. Oh my god. So you're a bartender, and basically the entire way you learn about the world is through the characters talking to you at the bar. You don't get to ever see anything outside. You basically are in the bar setting, or you are in your house, and it's like a cute little like pixel kind of thing in your apartment um, when you're not working. And so you don't really like actually explore the world yourself. You learn everything through the patrons, which I feel like I'm just explaining like a basic game concept, and that's like all it is. But um, it's really cool. I like that Hollow a lot. Excuse me. And then Lena Rain for this last soundtrack again, like I've talked about probably a lot. Um, Sea Power for the Disco Elysium soundtrack, which fucking slaps. I've been listening to that recently as well. It's really chill. I like it a lot. And then of course Toby Fox for the Undertale and Deltarune soundtracks. Um, I don't know, man. He just knows how to make music. It's fucking crazy. I love it. The Nier Automata soundtrack. I actually listened to that a lot on my last trip to Japan. When I was like on the trains and stuff, I would just have it like blasting in my headphones. I don't know why. It was just fun to listen to while I was like walking around Tokyo. But yeah, it's really great. And then most Final Fantasy games, like the ones I talked about, like being my favorite. And then the Theater Rhythm Curtain Call rhythm game, which I actually probably should add to my favorite of all time. And then the new one, the new one's so good. Final Bar Line on Switch. I've been playing that a lot as well. Um, because yeah, again, it's like a rhythm game with Final Fantasy characters, which I love most of the Final Fantasy games. So it's really fun to like uh have your little characters and level them up and make little teams, and then you have your and then you get to just play music from all these different games, and they all slap. There's so much good Final Fantasy music. And then I don't know. I'd kind of consider this from Fallout, but they're real songs. But just all the stuff that's on the radios in Fallout, all of the like real kind of 50s, 40s ish stuff, 60s. I can't think specifically what like time era, somewhere around there, those eras. Um, but yeah, the music in those games is so good. I really love it. Like I will completely put on, like the Fallout 4 because it's a big combo of like 3 in New Vegas and stuff of the music in those. 4 will like play a bunch of it. So I'll just put on like the Fallout 4 radio on YouTube, the whole thing, and I'll just like throw it on because it's a bop. And I have spent hundreds of hours in all the Fallout games, like, or well, 3 in New Vegas and 4. So I have like all those songs just burned into my brain because I've heard them so much. So, you know, um, yeah. And I guess that's kind of it. Fuck, I missed 420. We're at 424 stream time. God damn. My throat's gonna be so fucked. Uh, yeah, I don't know. I really hope you guys enjoyed this. Thank you for those that were out here chatting during the stream. Yeah, and I might edit these a little bit and then put it as like my pinned tweet on Twitter for now. Cuz I deleted my schedule. I forgot to like talk about that, but I deleted it just cuz I'm currently unemployed and so I don't really have a schedule, so I kind of am just going to try to stream as much as I can, except for when I get very depressed and then I don't for like a week. But yeah, that's why I don't have a schedule because that happened. Um, so yeah, I think it'd be good to like put it as that, and then maybe put like a bunch of tags on it. Try to get myself out there a little bit more. Um, uh, but yeah, I don't know. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you guys will come and check out the VOD maybe of this to kind of see what I think of stuff. Because I rambled a lot, a lot, a lot, a lot, and but it was fun. I liked it. It was fun. It was probably good also for me to just like hang out and talk for a while. Um, but yeah, and that's always my thing. Like I feel like I've always been a very shy, like quiet person. Especially in person. I mean, obviously online it's a little bit easier to talk a lot more, but um yeah, in person especially I'm really a lot more quiet and shy, but if you get me talking about like any of this stuff, I will go off so much. So, it makes sense that I went off here talking about it. Cuz I really love it. And I always want to show more people it and be able to have stuff in common. Like it sounds like Mizu enjoys a lot of the same stuff. So uh, yeah, it's always fun to see that and to talk to people about it. So yeah, if you ever have stuff, if you ever saw something on here and you're like, oh she would probably like this, then yeah, like always send it to me. Like you can send it to me on Twitter or something. Um, or like yeah, Vocaloid songs or music, something similar to what I like, and then or movies or shows or anime or whatever. If you see something on here that you're like, oh shit, she would probably like this, then yeah, always send it to me. I'm always down for new stuff, for new games, new whatever. Um, yeah, but yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed me rambling. um, I hope that you had a good time. I hope you have good sleep because it is 11 o'clock here. In my time, it's 11 p.m. So go sleep. I go sleep. You go sleep. Um. But yeah. Sorry, I'm like, yeah, my brain is done. I've been talking so much. Um. yeah, thank you so much, everybody. I really really appreciate it. Sorry for being quiet. With like the little shutdown I had. I am sorry, but I hopefully will be back to normal. Try to start streaming more again. Yeah, yeah. I will let you guys know. Yeah, as always, please give me a follow on Twitter if you want to see when I'm doing stuff. That's kind of where I always post on Twitter when I'm gonna stream. And then I also have my YouTube with my VODs on it. I'm kind of awkward about like when I put them up. But I definitely try to put them up. I've only missed one so far that I spaced on putting up before it disappeared on Twitch. So, um, I will definitely at least put them up before they disappear, like a week. I think I have like a week before they disappear, but um, yeah, always check out my YouTube for my VODs, please. And yeah, I will see you guys later. Thank you so much again. I give you all a big a chef's kiss. And yeah, I will talk to you guys later. Goodbye.